Introduction. The moment you stop waiting for permission. You know that quiet pause right before you speak. The email that sits in drafts while you reread it for the 5th time. The idea that flashes bright in a meeting, then fades because someone else spoke first. You have felt the heat in your chest when it is your turn to introduce yourself, the subtle tremor in your voice when you ask for what you want, the familiar thought that says, not yet, not today, not until I know more, look better, feel ready. If you are honest, you can trace a path of almost moments. That investor you did not pitch. That role you did not pursue. That boundary you did not hold. That person you did not approach. The opportunities are different, but the feeling is the same. You knew what to do. You did not do it. This book exists for the instant that follows. The instant when you finally decide that your life will no longer be governed by hesitation. The instant when you stop outsourcing your self-respect to other people's reactions. The instant when confidence stops being a mood you hope for and becomes a system you can switch on. You are here because you want a version of confidence that can walk into any room and be counted on, especially when the stakes are high and the pressure is real. You want to become dangerously confident, not reckless or loud, but solid, composed, and impossible to ignore. The real cost of hesitation. Hesitation looks like protection. You tell yourself you are being thoughtful, strategic, or professional. You analyze, you polish, you wait for the perfect moment. Yet underneath, there is a different engine. Overthinking that keeps you safe from exposure. Perfectionism that hides a fear of judgment. Self-sabotage that protects you from the disappointment of trying and failing. You call it preparation, but it is avoidance in a respectable outfit. Meanwhile, the meter keeps running. Projects slow. Opportunities pass. Energy leaks into rumination. Your brain turns into a prediction machine that scans for what could go wrong and misses what is within reach. You are not alone. Everyone runs threat calculations. The problem is not fear. The problem is the way fear gets interpreted. You have been taught to treat fear as a stop sign rather than a data signal. You have been told to fake it, to push through, to think positive. You have likely tried those approaches and watched them fail when you needed them most. The reality is that your nervous system speeds up, your breathing goes shallow, your mind narrows, and your default is either to freeze or to force. Neither option serves you. The cycle repeats. The longer it runs, the more your evidence bank fills with proof that you are not the person who goes first, asks boldly, or speaks with authority. It matters because each cycle recalibrates your identity. Every time you shrink, you teach your brain that shrinking is who you are. Confidence then becomes an outcome you chase, not a capability you train. The cost is not only external. It is internal. The quiet self-resentment. The uneven sleep. The sense that other people seem to move faster with less talent and less care. The ache of watching your potential go unused is heavier than the weight of any rejection. If you are reading this, you are ready to set that weight down. Why confidence matters now. There has never been a better or more urgent time to master this skill. The rules of work, leadership, and visibility shifted fast. Many conversations now happen on camera where presence is judged in seconds. Teams are distributed, so you are often reduced to a tiny square with a name underneath, which means your voice and demeanor carry more weight than ever. Markets move quickly. Careers pivot. Opportunities favor those who can act under uncertainty and learn in public. In this environment, competence is not enough. You need presence, clarity, and composure that hold steady while your world moves. Your calendar will not get quieter. The pace will not slow down just because you want to catch your breath. You cannot wait for external validation to signal that you are allowed to take up space. Your body and your beliefs must be trained to create reliability on demand. The sooner you install a system that turns fear into focus and action into evidence, the sooner you make yourself impossible to ignore. Confidence was once a nice to have. Today it is a core professional capability and a personal non-negotiable. The longer you postpone it, the more costly the lag becomes. A system you can train on demand. This is a training manual, not a pep talk. The promise is simple. You will learn to treat confidence like a system that can be built, tested, and improved. You will install processes that make self-belief a byproduct of repeated action, clear proof, and thoughtful integration. You will learn state control through breath, posture, and voice. You will rewire the language running in your head. You will practice small challenges that stretch your tolerance for discomfort without overwhelming your nervous system. You will speak up with clean asks and firm boundaries. You will run high-stakes moments with preparation that stabilizes you before you are under lights, then debrief in a way that makes every rep bankable. The outcome is confidence that survives contact with reality. Not the kind that collapses under tough questions, awkward silence, or unexpected resistance. The kind that grows from friction and returns stronger after stress. You will install what this book calls the confidence flywheel, an engine that converts action into evidence, then evidence into identity. Over time, the flywheel compounds. You will look back and realize you are showing up bolder and calmer in places where you used to shrink. Why this approach works? You have seen confidence advice that is either all mindset or all hustle. Think positive or push harder. Neither is complete. This approach integrates three ingredients that are often taught separately: your physiology, your language, and your behavior. When you control your state through breath and posture and voice, you create the conditions for better thinking. When you upgrade the language that runs your decisions, you make actions more likely. When you take small steps and capture proof, you send undeniable signals that your brain can trust. This loop is the heart of the system. It works because it is grounded in how humans learn under stress. You will use progressive exposure rather than heroic effort. You will shrink the change so that success becomes reliable, then you will celebrate and log that success so it does not evaporate. You will turn fear into information and feedback into fuel. You will design recovery so that momentum does not die when you take a hit. You will adopt rules and scripts that are ethical and respectful, which means you can use them in any environment without feeling like you are playing a character. The approach is practical, measurable, and adaptable to your industry and temperament. It does not require you to become someone else. It asks you to become the clearest version of you. Why you can trust this program. You deserve more than vague motivation. The principles in this book are drawn from cognitive and behavioral science, performance training, and communication methods that hold up in pressure-filled settings. You will work with tools that have been tested in boardrooms, on sales calls, in interviews, and on stages. The exercises are small on purpose, because consistency beats intensity for identity change. The routines are designed so that you can run them in real time, at your desk, in a hallway, or behind a closed door for 2 minutes before a call. The language patterns are structured so that you can make strong requests, negotiate clearly, and set boundaries without aggression. Every promise here is tied to a practice. Nothing requires blind belief. You will create your own proof through reps, logs, and debriefs. The result is authority that feels like integrity. Not bravado, not noise, but calm credibility that others can feel and you can trust. Inside your roadmap. This book is organized deliberately, with each chapter delivering capabilities you can apply immediately. Here is how the journey unfolds and what you will gain at each step. In redefining confidence and the anti-fragile mindset, you dismantle the myths that have kept you stuck. Confidence is not a personality trait that some people get at birth. It is a trainable system built from beliefs, behaviors, and body states. You will learn why fear is a signal to interpret, not a wall to avoid. You will see the difference between earned confidence and empty bravado, and you will design conditions that produce steady self-trust under pressure. You will learn how to map your current baseline across solo work, social situations, and high-stakes performances, so you know exactly where you stand. You also get a first look at the confidence flywheel, the core operating system that will run through the entire book. In diagnosing overthinking, perfectionism, and self-sabotage, you expose the hidden machinery behind hesitation. You will identify your specific triggers and the stories that ignite them. You will learn to spot common thinking errors like catastrophizing, mind reading, and all or nothing thinking, then replace them with more accurate, useful interpretations. You will build a personal hesitation profile that names your top saboteurs, their environmental cues, and the fastest ways to interrupt their loops. You will start to see your patterns as predictable and fixable, not as personal flaws. In rewiring self-talk and belief architecture, you upgrade the voice in your head. You will install a simple method to catch unhelpful self-talk, challenge it, and choose language that is both believable and performance-enhancing. You will create evidence bridges that connect who you are today with who you are becoming. You will write a future self-identity statement that sets your standard for action. You will also learn a brief emotional regulation practice that calms your nervous system so you can think clearly under pressure. The objective is not to chant affirmations you do not believe. It is to build a backlog of proof that naturally shifts your identity. In body-based presence, you learn the fastest way to shift into calm authority. Your body is not just a passenger in your confidence journey. It is the driver. You will learn breathing techniques that stabilize your physiology, posture cues that communicate competence to others and to yourself, and vocal drills that add resonance and clarity to your message. You will combine these into pre-meeting, pre-call, and pre-stage routines that take less than 5 minutes. You will learn to identify your personal tells of anxiety and how to correct them quickly. You will also make small adjustments to your environment on camera and in person so you are seen and heard at your best. In the confidence flywheel, you install the engine that makes confidence compound. You will learn the 4 phases: prime, act, capture, integrate. You will design micro wins so easy that you cannot miss, yet meaningful enough to build proof. You will set up a scorecard to collect evidence in real time. You will build a weekly ritual that turns proof into identity statements, the kind that begin with, "I am someone who." You will learn to protect momentum through streaks, friction audits, and simple accountability agreements. When this engine runs, you stop arguing with yourself about whether you are allowed to be confident. You will have evidence that leaves no room for debate. In micro dares and social experiments for real-world courage, you put your training into the world. You will create a ladder of gentle challenges that stretch your comfort zone without flooding your system. You will learn the rules for ethical, respectful experiments that build connection and courage. You will practice short interactions that would have felt hard before. You will log outcomes neutrally so that success and rejection both become data. You will use gamified tracking and scheduled fear appointments to turn intention into action. You will also learn recovery methods so that awkward moments do not become shame spirals. In speaking up, asking, and setting boundaries with authority, you master the moves that leaders use every day. You will learn how to make clear requests that get responses, how to negotiate cleanly without drama, and how to set and enforce boundaries without apology. You will use scripts as training wheels while you absorb the principles that make them work. You will practice tone, pace, and silence so that your words carry weight. You will stop over-explaining and start communicating with clarity and calm. In high-stakes performance, you get frameworks that turn pressure into performance. You will build a pre-performance routine that steadies your body and mind. You will structure talks, interviews, sales conversations, and Q&A for clarity and persuasion. You will learn how to handle objections with empathy and structure. You will run failure drills so you are ready when tech breaks, time gets cut, or a hostile question lands. You will run post-performance debriefs to bank lessons and protect your confidence. In decisiveness, feedback, and failure as fuel, you learn to move briskly without being careless. You will sort decisions into reversible and irreversible, then match your speed accordingly. You will use time boxes and satisficing rules to reduce overthinking. You will request and process feedback in a way that protects your identity while fueling your growth. You will create risk budgets and learning quotas so that failure becomes part of your plan, not a reason to stop. You will practice narrative shifts that keep your self-worth intact when outcomes are messy. In the 30-day Confidence Accelerator, you put it all together. You will follow a clear daily plan that includes self-talk rewiring, presence work, micro dares, assertive communication reps, and performance simulations. Each week you will run friction audits and identity integration rituals. You will track proof, escalate difficulty with care, and design recovery windows. You will leave with a system that continues to compound long after the 30 days end. Along the way, you can use optional extras that make execution easier. The planner gives you daily checkboxes and space to log proof. The scripts package gives you language for common asks, negotiations, and boundary moments. The Presence Quick Reference gives you fast state resets for any meeting or stage. The Micro Dares library gives you level-based challenges with clear criteria and recovery drills. Tools matter. You will have them. Getting maximum value. You will get the most from this book if you treat it like training, not reading. Confidence is declared in your calendar and in your body, not in your head. The practices are designed to fit into a real schedule with real demands. You can begin immediately. Choose your primary arena. Decide which context matters most for your first month. It might be leading meetings, sales calls, interviews, creative output, or social leadership. Clarity of target sharpens your practice. Run a baseline. In the first chapter, you will map your current confidence across contexts. Do this honestly. You need a real starting line. Commit to daily representatives. Pick a time of day for a short presence routine and self-talk check. Then add one small action that builds proof. The book will show you exactly what to practice. Log proof as you go. Do not trust memory. Use the scorecard or planner to capture small wins, shifts in state, and evidence of courage. You are building a case for your identity. Schedule weekly debriefs. Set a standing appointment to reflect. What worked? What did not? What will you adjust? Use the debrief prompts and turn lessons into new rules. Calibrate difficulty. If you feel flooded, you went too fast. If you feel bored, you went too slow. Adjust your micro dares and scripts to keep yourself at the edge of growth. Protect recovery. Confidence is a resource that grows with stress and rest. Use the recovery guidance to stabilize your energy. Sleep, movement, and simple resets will help you stay consistent. Use accountability. Invite a peer to join you, or make a public commitment that feels safe. Accountability extends willpower and keeps the flywheel spinning. Apply the tools in real time. Use the presence protocol before a call. Use a script for a tough request. Run a micro dare during lunch. Do not wait for perfect conditions. Celebrate visible wins. Small celebrations lock in progress. A written acknowledgement. A message to your accountability partner. A pause to feel the shift. These moments are performance multipliers. A note about pace. You do not need to implement everything at once. The book is structured so that each chapter can add value on its own. If your calendar is crowded, go slower. If you are ready for a sprint, lean into the 30-day plan. What matters most is that you keep the flywheel running. Prime your state. Act on a small win. Capture proof. Integrate identity. Repeat. What you will stop doing. As you move through the chapters, you will not only add new capabilities. You will also retire habits that have quietly drained you. You will stop waiting for confidence to arrive before you act. You will stop using overthinking to feel safe. You will stop chasing perfect conditions. You will stop confusing apology with humility. You will stop treating rejection as a verdict on your worth. You will stop mislabeling fear as a reason to quit. The energy that returns when you delete these habits will surprise you. What you will start doing. You will start using breath to change your state quickly. You will start writing language that you believe and can repeat under pressure. You will start testing small requests and clean boundaries in low-risk settings. You will start turning awkward moments into practice rather than stories about your value. You will start designing your environment to support your presence. You will start making decisions faster and learning from the ones that do not pan out. You will start treating this process like a game you can get good at. How you will know it is working. You will notice shifts that are both subtle and undeniable. Your voice will slow and carry when you speak. Your shoulders will relax while your spine stays tall. You will ask for what you need without loading it with disclaimers. You will stop rereading emails over and over. You will fill the silence after a question rather than rushing to soothe it. You will approach strangers or senior leaders with the same respectful ease. You will watch yourself recover quickly after an awkward exchange. You will see opportunities you once avoided as practice reps that you now welcome. People around you will respond. Meetings will move. Negotiations will clarify. Boundaries will hold. Most importantly, you will feel at home in your own skin while you do it. A glimpse of the first wins. Picture your next team meeting. 5 minutes before you join, you run a 2-minute state reset. Your breathing slows. You align your posture. You warm your voice. You enter the room, virtual or physical, already steady. You open with your point rather than a disclaimer. You make a specific ask using a clear structure. You hold your pause. Someone pushes back. You listen, reflect their concern, and restate the outcome you are driving toward. You negotiate options and next steps. You finish on time. After the meeting, you log the proof. You write, I am someone who makes clear asks and holds steady under pressure. The day goes on, and that one interaction is now part of your identity. Picture the invitation you have been avoiding. Reach out to a mentor, a client, or a leader for a conversation. Use a script. Personalize it. Hit send. If you get a no, you log it. If you get a yes, you prepare using the pre-conversation routine, then deliver. Either way, you collect data and you grow. Picture a boundary you need with a colleague who repeatedly adds last-minute work. You state the impact. You state the line. You offer options. You hold the consequence calmly. The relationship gets clearer. Your week gets lighter. These are not dramatic hero moments. They are daily reps that rewrite who you are. Your transformation awaits. The words dangerously confident are chosen with care. Dangerous does not mean careless or cruel. It means your confidence is potent enough to change outcomes. It means you are a person who moves decisively in the direction of your values. It means your presence changes a room. It means your voice sets a tone. It means you can absorb hits and return better, not bitter. It means you can hold complexity in one hand and action in the other. It means your identity is built on proof you have earned, not on pretense or permission. The transformation you are about to create will touch every part of your life. At work, you will run meetings that drive clarity and action. You will negotiate with calm authority. You will present with a body that supports your message. You will become the person people trust in a crisis. In your relationships, you will speak your needs and hold your lines with warmth and strength. Socially, you will initiate rather than wait. With yourself, you will be kinder and more honest. Your internal voice will become a coach, not a critic. You will carry yourself with quiet durability. None of this requires you to turn your personality inside out. If you are introverted, you do not need to become loud. If you are analytical, you do not need to abandon rigor. If you are empathetic, you do not need to harden. You will keep your edges and add stability. You will become someone you can trust when you feel scared. That is the center of dangerous confidence. Self-trust under pressure. The commitment you make today. You are not reading by accident. Something in you is done with almost moments. Your decision is the only permission required. Make a pact with yourself before you turn the page. You will practice daily. You will treat fear as a signal, not a stop sign. You will capture proof. You will integrate identity. You will be patient when change feels slow and disciplined when the old patterns try to return. You will hold yourself to a standard that is firm and compassionate. If you do this, you will watch your confidence become reliable across contexts. You will change the way you move through rooms and the way rooms move around you. A final word before you begin. The first practice you do will feel small. That is by design. Small is workable. Small is repeatable. Small becomes big when it compounds. Trust that each page holds a lever. Use one lever at a time. When you feel resistance, open the book to the sections on physiology, language, and behavior. Run your presence protocol. Rewrite your script. Take the smallest action that still counts. Log it. Say out loud, I am someone who follows through. Then follow through again tomorrow. You are about to learn how to make confidence a choice. Not a mystery. Not a mood. A choice backed by evidence. A choice you can make when you are tired, when the room is crowded, when the stakes are high, and when it matters most. That choice is the essence of power. It is also the source of peace. Because once you can rely on yourself to act in alignment with your values under pressure, almost everything else gets easier. Turn the page. Prime your state. Take the first small action. Capture the proof. Integrate the identity. Let the confidence flywheel start its work. The person you will become is already inside you, waiting for invitations that only you can send. Redefining Confidence and the Anti-Fragile Mindset. Chapter 1, Redefining Confidence and the Anti-Fragile Mindset. Chapter Introduction. If confidence were a person, most people would describe it as charming, fearless, and born lucky. That myth has cost countless opportunities. Confidence is not a personality you inherit, it is a trainable system you build. In this chapter, you will dismantle the most persistent myths about confidence and replace them with a model you can train on demand. You will learn how physiology, beliefs, and behaviors interact to create reliable self-belief under pressure. You will also meet your new North Star, the anti-fragile mindset. Instead of avoiding stress, you will learn how to use it. Like muscles that grow after being challenged, your confidence can become stronger because of volatility, not just despite it. By the end of this chapter, you will have a shared vocabulary, a map of your current confidence baseline, and a practical operating system called the confidence flywheel that turns small actions into compounding proof and identity upgrades over time. The problem: most people chase confidence as if it were a mood. They wait to feel ready, then act. That sequence is backwards. Waiting for a feeling creates hesitation, which feeds more doubt. This loop is reinforced by 3 cultural myths. Myth 1: confidence is a fixed trait. You either have it or you do not. Myth 2: fake it till you make it. Just pretend and eventually it will become real. Myth 3: fear is a stop sign. If you feel anxious, it means you should not proceed. Each myth produces confusion and inconsistent results. If confidence is fixed, you feel powerless. If pretending is the strategy, you may overpromise and underdeliver. If fear equals danger, you avoid the very experiences that would grow your capacity. The result is fragile self-belief that collapses under pressure, especially in domains you have not trained. There is another problem. Confidence is context-specific. You might be bold when working alone, cautious in social settings, and shaky on stage. Without recognizing this, you misdiagnose yourself as globally unconfident, which is inaccurate and discouraging. You need a model that accounts for physiology, skill, evidence, and especially context. The solution framework. You will use a system that treats confidence as three interacting components: state, story, and skills. State, your physiological condition. Heart rate, breathing, tension, and energy levels. State drives access to your best thinking. Story, your beliefs and inner dialogue. The meaning you give to sensations, feedback, and outcomes. Skills, your actual capabilities and reps, what you can do consistently under varying levels of stress. These components form the basis of the confidence flywheel, a loop that turns small, controlled actions into compounding self-belief. Step 1. Regulate state. Shift your body into a calm ready mode using breathing, posture, and focus. Step 2. Take micro-actions. Do small, high-quality reps that produce quick evidence. Step 3. Harvest evidence. Record what worked and what improved. Step 4. Update identity. Use the evidence to rewrite your story: I am the kind of person who shows up and improves. Step 5. Increase the challenge slightly. Introduce a bit more difficulty, then repeat. This is not fake it, it is build it. The anti-fragile mindset amplifies the flywheel. Anti-fragility means you get better through stress. You design exposures that are uncomfortable but safe, then step back to integrate. Each cycle increases your tolerance, skill, and belief. Deep dive. Confidence as evidence, not ego. Confidence is justified self-trust, rooted in evidence. It is not bravado. Bravado is puffed up certainty without proof. Bravado avoids feedback. Confidence seeks it. One simple test: how do you respond to disconfirming data? If you get defensive, that is bravado. If you get curious and adjust, that is earned confidence. Identity follows evidence. Identity statements like I am a closer or I am a terrible speaker are predictions your brain loves to make. Your brain updates those predictions when you supply fresh data. This is why small wins matter. They are not trivial. They are data points that your nervous system and narrative can trust. Physiology drives psychology. Your brain and body are a system. When your heart rate spikes, your working memory narrows. If you slow your breathing and relax your jaw, your threat perception decreases. Research in affect labeling suggests that putting feelings into words reduces their intensity. State first is a principle in this book. You build confidence faster when you can regulate your state on demand. Fear is a data signal. Fear circuits evolved to keep you alive. They are sensitive to uncertainty and potential loss. This does not mean fear is wrong. It means fear is information. Fear asks, what matters here, what could go wrong, and what skills do we need? When you treat fear as a stop sign, you avoid learning. When you treat it as a signal, you plan, prepare, and proceed with awareness. Threat bias in the brain. Under pressure, the brain shows a bias toward threat. The amygdala quickly flags patterns that resemble danger. The prefrontal cortex helps you assess, reappraise, and choose. When you are underslept, dehydrated, or overloaded, your bias toward threat increases. This is why state regulation and sleep hygiene are practical confidence tools. They keep your decision-making online. Anti-fragility in practice. Some systems break under stress. Some resist stress and remain the same. Anti-fragile systems get better because of stress. Your immune system adapts after exposure to challenges. Your muscles grow after they are stressed then repaired. Confidence can work the same way if you dose the stress and recover. The key is to design exposures just beyond your current capacity. Too little challenge and you stagnate. Too much and you overwhelm. A simple rule: aim for tasks that feel like a 7 out of 10 on the discomfort scale. This is where growth lives. Context-specific confidence. Imagine 3 domains. Solo work, writing, analysis, creative problem solving. Social interactions, networking, dating, negotiations. High-stakes performances, sales calls, presentations, competitions. Rate your confidence in each on a scale from 1 to 10, where 1 is avoid at all costs and 10 is bring it on. You will likely have a mixed profile. That is normal. The solution is not to wait for a miracle. It is to apply the flywheel in the domain that matters now, using state, story, and skills. Implementation strategy. You will implement a 2-week protocol to build your first confidence flywheel. This is your launch pad. Step 1. Map your baseline, day 1. Rate your confidence from 1 to 10 in the 3 domains: solo work, social interactions, and high-stakes performances. List 3 situations in each domain that trigger hesitation. Capture your default story in each. For example, I will freeze, they will judge me, I will mess up. Step 2. Establish your state toolkit, days 1 to 3. Pick 2 techniques to regulate your physiology. Practice them twice daily for 5 minutes. Box breathing: inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, hold for 4. Long exhale breathing: inhale for 4, exhale for 8. Power posture: stand tall, shoulders relaxed, feet grounded, breathe low into your belly. Focus reset: 5 slow breaths, then name 5 things you can see, 4 you can feel, 3 you can hear, 2 you can smell, 1 you can taste. The goal is familiarity. You want these tools ready when stakes rise. Step 3. Design micro-actions, days 2 to 4. Choose one domain to focus on. Choose a daily action that is small, specific, and observable. Solo work example: ship a 2-paragraph progress update to your team by 10 a.m. Social example: start one conversation with a genuine compliment. High-stakes example: record a 2-minute practice pitch into your phone. Make the action so clear that you can answer, did I do it, yes or no? Step 4. Pre-game and post-game, days 4 to 14. Before your action, run a 2-minute pre-game, regulate your state, choose your cue, and set your story. After your action, run a 2-minute post-game, harvest your evidence. Pre-game: 3 long exhale breaths, 1 power posture reset, say your story out loud, I am the kind of person who takes small courageous actions. Then visualize the next 60 seconds only. Post-game: write 3 bullet points, 1 thing that went well, 1 thing to improve, 1 proof point that you did the hard thing anyway. Step 5. Increase the challenge slightly, days 8 to 14. At the midpoint, raise the difficulty by 10 to 20%. Longer conversation, slightly larger audience, more direct ask. Keep the reps daily. Maintain the pre-game and post-game. The consistency matters more than intensity. Step 6. Weekly identity update, day 7 and day 14. Review your entries. Write 1 sentence that captures the new identity evidence, for example, I have shipped 10 small wins in a row, so I am a shipper. Place this sentence somewhere visible. Real-world application. Case Study 1, the solo creator. Maya is a designer who produces brilliant work in private but freezes when asked to present. She rated her solo work confidence at 8, social at 6, and high stakes at 3. She chose high stakes as her focus. For 2 weeks, she recorded a 2-minute summary of her design choices every morning. She practiced long exhale breathing and power posture before recording. Each day, she shared 1 recording with a trusted colleague. By day 14, she had 14 proof points that she could communicate under mild pressure. Her identity statement shifted to, I am a designer who explains decisions clearly. When a client call came up, she used the same pre-game routine and treated it like a slightly longer recording. She did not pretend to be fearless. She was trained to be ready. Case Study 2, the team lead. Jamal manages a small team. He felt confident one-on-one, but dreaded speaking in weekly stand-ups. He focused on high-stakes performances. His micro-action was to speak first with a single concise update that included 1 metric and 1 learning. He rehearsed a single sentence out loud before the meeting. He used effect labeling when nerves hit, I feel pressure, which means this matters. Over 2 weeks, his updates became crisp. The team began to mirror his format, which reinforced his identity as a calm leader. When a senior director joined unexpectedly, his heart rate spiked, but his state toolkit kept him in the game. Case Study 3, the sales newcomer. Alina entered a new sales role and rated social confidence low. She decided to start one conversation per day with a sincere compliment. She kept a simple tally on a card in her pocket. On day 5 she stumbled and said something awkward. Instead of retreating, she wrote in her post-game, "Proof, I survived awkward and stayed present." By day 14 she was comfortable opening conversations, which made cold calls less intimidating. Her identity update: I create positive openings. The skill expanded to other interactions. Common pitfalls: chasing hype instead of evidence. Pump-up music and motivational quotes can feel good, but without reps they do not last. Solution: use hype sparingly and return to your flywheel, state, micro-action, evidence. Overexposing too fast. Throwing yourself into the deep end can lead to shutdown. Solution: dose your challenges. Aim for a 7 out of 10 discomfort, not a 10. Ignoring physiology. Trying to think your way out of panic rarely works. Solution: start with the body. Breathe, move, and then think. Confusing bravado with confidence. Loud certainty without proof is fragile. Solution: ask, what evidence supports this belief? If the answer is thin, earn it with reps. Treating fear as proof of inadequacy. Feeling fear does not mean you are not capable. Solution: reframe fear as a data signal, then ask, what matters, what skills are needed, and what is the smallest step forward? Inconsistent tracking. Without a record of wins, your brain forgets progress. Solution: keep a simple log. 2 minutes daily is enough. Domain blindness. Assuming low confidence in one area means low confidence everywhere. Solution: map and train by context. Borrow wins from strong domains to inform weaker ones. Key takeaways. Confidence is a trainable system. It emerges from the interaction of state, story, and skills. Identity follows evidence. Small wins are the raw material of self-belief. Physiology drives psychology. Regulate your body to unlock your best thinking. Fear is a data signal. Use it to prepare and proceed, not to stop. Anti-fragility is your mindset. Dose stress, recover, and grow stronger because of challenge. Context matters. Map your baselines for solo work, social interactions, and high-stakes performances. The confidence flywheel compounds. State regulation, micro-actions, evidence harvesting, identity updates, and slight increases in challenge build momentum. Action items. Complete your baseline map. Rate confidence in the 3 domains and list 3 trigger situations for each. Choose your state toolkit. Select 2 techniques and practice them daily for 5 minutes. Define 1 micro-action. Make it small, specific, and observable. Commit to 10 repetitions. Install pre-game and post-game. Use a 2-minute routine before and after each rep. Create an evidence log. Use a simple note app or index card. Record what went well, what to improve, and 1 proof point. Set a weekly identity statement. Review your log and write 1 sentence that reflects your new evidence-based identity. Plan a slight increase. After a week, increase the difficulty by 10 to 20%, then repeat. Chapter conclusion. You have now replaced fuzzy myths with a precise operating system. Confidence is not a gift you wait for, it is a system you train. By regulating state, taking micro-actions, harvesting evidence, updating identity, and designing dose-controlled exposures, you become anti-fragile. You grow stronger because of challenge, not in the absence of it. In the next chapter, Diagnosing Overthinking, Perfectionism, and Self-Sabotage, you will identify the mental loops that keep you from running your flywheel consistently. You will learn to spot and stop hesitation patterns before they hijack your progress. With your new model and your next set of tools, you will move from theory to unstoppable practice. Diagnosing Overthinking, Perfectionism, and Self-Sabotage. Diagnosing Overthinking, Perfectionism, and Self-Sabotage. Chapter Introduction. You probably already know the feeling. You want to act, you have a plan, and you even feel a spark of momentum. Then your mind opens 50 browser tabs. Suddenly you are reviewing every angle, polishing minor details, reading 1 more article, and checking what everyone else is doing. Minutes turn to hours. The moment passes. Confidence slips. You tell yourself you will do it tomorrow, but tomorrow starts with the same tabs. Building on the idea from redefining confidence and the anti-fragile mindset that confidence is a trainable system, This chapter exposes how hesitation quietly breaks that system. You will learn why overthinking masquerades as diligence, how perfectionism sneaks in dressed as quality, and how protective habits pose as responsibility while draining your power. You will map your personal triggers, surface the rules and assumptions that steer your choices, and install fast pattern interrupters to stop spirals before they take over. By the end, you will have a practical hesitation profile that shows where confidence leaks begin and exactly how to plug them. The problem: overthinking, perfectionism, and self-sabotage are not random. They are patterned responses your brain builds to reduce perceived risk. The promise is safety and certainty. The cost is momentum and self-trust. In the confidence flywheel, action creates evidence, evidence updates identity, and identity fuels bolder action. Hesitation breaks the loop at the very first step. When you delay or over-polish, you create a proof drought. Without fresh proof, your identity does not update, and your next decision feels just as risky. 3 dynamics tend to drive this. Cognitive distortions magnify threat. Catastrophizing, mind reading, and all or nothing thinking make outcomes feel extreme. Your brain overestimates danger and underestimates your capacity. Hidden rules dictate behavior. You live by strict scripts such as I must never look unprepared or I cannot handle rejection. These are not facts, but they feel like laws. They force you to over-prepare, avoid feedback, or quit early. The environment cues predictable loops. Specific times, places, and people trigger hesitation. Social media in the morning, a certain colleague, a cluttered desk, or a high-stakes meeting all pull the same mental levers. Left unchecked, these dynamics train you to equate control with safety, when in reality your confidence grows through calibrated exposure to uncertainty. You cannot become dangerously confident while being perfectly prepared, perfectly liked, and perfectly in control. You can, however, become confidently resilient, which is better. The solution framework. To break hesitation, you need a method that is precise enough to target your patterns and simple enough to use under pressure. Use the MAPS method. Map triggers and patterns. Identify when, where, and with whom your hesitation starts. Notice the first symptom, not the worst symptom. Audit distortions and rules. Name the specific thinking traps and the unspoken rules you follow. If you can name it, you can challenge it. Pattern interrupt and replace. Install rapid resets that cut spirals within 2 minutes, then follow with a small, forward action that creates proof. Systematize better defaults. Design your environment and schedule to reduce friction and remove temptation paths. Build routines that run without debate. The MAPS method turns hesitation from a fog into a flowchart. It shows you which lever to pull at the right time, and it keeps you moving without needing perfect motivation. Deep dive. Map triggers and patterns. Start with a simple question. Where do I predictably hesitate? Think about contexts like sending a pitch, presenting in a meeting, posting online, or choosing a new project. Then look for early cues. Early cues might be rereading emails 3 times, opening 10 research tabs, reorganizing files, or telling yourself that you need a snack first. Do not wait for the full spiral. Catch the first frame. Create a short list. Moment. What situation starts the loop? Cue. What is the first sign, like tight jaw, email reread, or social scroll? Protective behavior. What you do to feel safer, like over-preparing, delaying, or switching tasks. Cost. Lost time, missed opportunity, or regret. Audit distortions and rules. Cognitive distortions are biased shortcuts. They are common, especially under stress. A few to watch. Catastrophizing. You leap to worst-case outcomes. If I get one question wrong, everyone will think I am a fraud. Mind reading. You assume others think poorly of you without evidence. They are quiet, so they must hate my idea. All or nothing thinking. You evaluate in extremes. If it is not perfect, it is worthless. Discounting the positive. You minimize wins. It went well only because they were kind. Emotional reasoning. You treat feelings like facts. I feel anxious, so I must be underprepared. Alongside distortions live your rules. These usually start with I must, I should, or I cannot. Examples. I must never look unprepared. I cannot handle rejection. I should always have the right answer. I must work harder than everyone else to deserve my place. These rules often protected you at some point. Perhaps criticism was harsh in your early career, so over-preparation felt safer. The issue is that the rule persists long after its usefulness. When you surface it, you regain choice. Pattern interrupt and replace. A pattern interrupt shifts your state and attention fast enough to create a window for a new action. The key is speed and simplicity. Here are reliable interrupters. 2-minute reset. Stand up, take slow breaths in through the nose and longer exhales, straighten your posture, and move your body for 60 seconds, then ask what is the next smallest useful step. Do it immediately. 5-count launch. Count down from 5 to 1 out loud, then start the first micro-action. Do not negotiate during the count. Name the trap. Say, this is mind reading, or this is all or nothing. Naming reduces its power. Follow with one piece of disconfirming evidence. Physical disruption. Splash cold water on your face or grip something cold. This anchors your nervous system and narrows attention. Time box. Set a timer for 10 minutes to create motion. Commit to producing an output within that window, not just thinking. Replace the protective behavior with a small forward action. If you over-prepare, replace with a rough draft and send it to a trusted peer. If you stall on research, replace with a one-sentence summary of what you know so far. If you avoid sending a message, replace with a 2-line version that you can ship in under 2 minutes. Systematize better defaults. The fewer decisions you face, the fewer loops you start. Build systems. Decision budget. Limit the number of decisions per day on low-stakes items. Save the best energy for high-leverage actions. Good enough bars. Write shipping criteria in advance. For example, publish when the post teaches one concrete idea, not when it feels perfect. Reversible first. Default to decisions you can adjust later. If the choice is reversible, choose quickly and learn. Environment cues. Put your most important task on your home screen, hide non-essential apps, and set your workspace for monotasking. Distinguish excellence from perfectionism. Excellence pursues progress and learning. Perfectionism pursues approval and control. Excellence asks, what moves the mission? Perfectionism asks, what makes me safe? You can love craft without worshipping flawlessness. A simple test is outcome utility. Will polishing this improve outcomes in a meaningful way, or is it reducing my discomfort? If it is the latter, set a good enough bar and ship. Productive preparation versus analysis paralysis. Productive preparation improves performance. Analysis paralysis delays action. Use this checklist. Clear deliverable. Productive prep ends with something you can show or test. Paralysis ends with more notes. Time bound. Productive prep has a timer and a stopping rule. Paralysis is open-ended. Reality exposure. Productive prep involves practice in conditions that resemble the real thing. Paralysis happens in your head. Learning loop. Productive prep includes feedback. Paralysis avoids it. Imposter feelings as growth signals. Imposter feelings often mean you are operating at your edge. Most people experience them when stepping into higher standards or new environments. Reframe it as expansion. The question is not do I belong here, but what skill am I building because I am here? Treat the feeling as a cue to collect evidence. Your goal is not to eliminate doubt, but to earn confidence by making, shipping, and learning. Transform comparison into training data. Comparison is sticky because it seems to offer information about your worth. Worth is not the point. Skill is. Convert comparison into prompts. What specific move did they execute that worked? What are they doing repeatedly that produces results? What tiny element can I copy as a drill for 1 week? This shifts you from threat to training. If you must compare, compare your repetitions and your feedback quality. Implementation strategy. Build your hesitation profile. Block 30 minutes. You will create a 1-page map you can reference daily. List your top 3 hesitation moments. For each, write the moment, the early cue, the protective behavior, and the cost. Identify the distortion. Name the thinking trap that shows up fastest. Surface the rule. Write the hidden rule in plain language. I must never, I cannot, or I should always. Assign a pattern interrupter. Choose a 2-minute reset, 5-count launch, name the trap, physical disruption, or time box. Define the replacement action. Choose a concrete, small action that creates proof in under 10 minutes. Set a good enough bar. Decide in advance when you will ship or move. Be specific. Install rapid resets. Plan for speed. Put interrupter reminders where spirals start. Place a small sticky note near your monitor that says 5-count launch. Add a 2-minute reset timer shortcut on your phone. Keep a glass of cold water at your desk. Create decision guardrails. The 10-10 rule. Spend 10% of project time on planning, 90% on execution and learning. Adjust if needed. 1 brick rule. Regardless of mood, lay 1 brick every day. 1 email, 1 paragraph, 1 rep. Reversible first questions. Ask, is this choice reversible? If yes, decide fast. Schedule weekly review. Once a week, review your profile. Note your top trigger of the week, what interrupter worked, what rule got loud, and the next small upgrade. This ritual ensures your system evolves. Real-world application. Case 1, the overprepared freelancer. Marta writes proposals that take days. She prides herself on quality, but she sends them late and loses momentum. Her map reveals the moment she hesitates is after receiving a brief. The queue is opening multiple examples from other agencies. The distortion is all or nothing thinking. The rule is I must impress or they will never hire me. She installs a time box, 20 minutes to sketch a 1-page outline. The replacement action is sending 3 clarifying questions to the client within that window. She sets a good enough bar, proposal leaves my desk at 70% clarity, feedback will improve it. After 2 weeks, she sends proposals faster, wins more work, and reports less dread. Her confidence grows because she is creating proof, not perfection. Case 2, the manager with meeting anxiety. Andre leads a weekly team meeting. He worries his ideas will fall flat. His map shows the queue is rereading his notes repeatedly a few minutes before. The distortion is mind reading. The rule is I should always have the right answer. He installs a 2-minute reset before the meeting, then opens with 1 big question to the team. Replacement action is to ask for input, then synthesize 3 themes in the last 5 minutes. By shifting from all answers to better questions, he reduces pressure and increases participation. Feedback improves his next meeting. He still prepares, but he no longer spirals. Case 3, the student stuck on writing. Nina stares at a blank document for hours. Her queue is reorganizing her folder structure. The distortion is emotional reasoning. I feel anxious, so I am not ready. The rule is I must never look unoriginal. She uses the 5-count launch to start with a flawed paragraph and a 30-minute timer. Her good enough bar is 5 messy paragraphs and 1 reference check. She then schedules a 15-minute peer review. Shipping drafts becomes routine. Her grades improve not because she feels confident, but because she produces consistently. Case 4, the creator lost in comparison. Devon follows creators who post beautiful work daily. He scrolls before creating. His queue is opening social feeds in the morning. The distortion is discounting the positive. He ignores his own progress. The rule is I must be as good as them before I publish. He changes his environment by keeping social off his home screen until he ships his 1 daily post. He creates a comparison conversion process, list 3 moves they do well, pick 1 to practice today. After a month, he has 30 posts and a clearer style. Comparison becomes a curriculum. Common pitfalls. Waiting for perfect clarity. You want the perfect map before acting. Start with a rough profile. Clarity increases with use. Collecting interrupters without rehearsal. You read about techniques but never practice them when calm. Rehearse your reset daily for 1 minute so it is available when you need it. Using interrupters as delay tactics. You keep resetting without moving. Every reset must be followed by a small, concrete action within 2 minutes. Confusing excellence with perfectionism. You justify delays as quality control. Return to outcome utility. Ask, does this polish change the outcome, or just my comfort? Overloading your system. You add 10 new rules at once. Install 1 change per week. The confidence you want comes from consistency, not complexity. Ignoring environment cues. You try to rely on willpower while keeping all your triggers. Change the setup. Hide social apps, block websites during focus blocks, and set your workspace for a single task. Key takeaways. Overthinking is an avoidance pattern that feels like diligence. It protects comfort and drains momentum. Perfectionism is about control and approval, not excellence. Excellence ships, learns, and improves outcomes. Cognitive distortions amplify anxiety. Naming the trap reduces its power and restores choice. Hidden rules drive your behavior. When you surface them, you can rewrite them. Imposter feelings often signal growth. Use them to collect evidence and build skill. Early interruption is easier than late escape. Catch the first cue, not the full spiral. Comparison can become training data. Copy moves, not identities. A hesitation profile gives you a repeatable playbook. It links triggers to interrupters and replacement actions. Action items. Create your hesitation profile. List 3 moments, cues, protective behaviors, costs, distortions, rules, interrupters, replacement actions, and good enough bars. Install 1 interrupter. Choose the 2-minute reset or 5-count launch. Practice it twice today, even if you do not feel stuck. Set a good enough bar for one task. Decide what shipping means in clear terms. Then ship it within a time box. Change one environment cue. Remove a trigger from your home screen, tidy your workspace for monotasking, or prepare a glass of cold water for physical resets. Schedule a weekly review. 10 minutes on Friday. Note your top trigger, best interrupter, and 1 upgrade for next week. Convert comparison once. Pick one person you admire, extract 3 specific moves, and design a 1-day drill to practice 1 move. Evidence capture. Create a note on your phone titled Proof. Log 3 small wins daily to feed your confidence flywheel. Reframe one rule. Take a rigid rule and rewrite it as a flexible principle. For example, from I must never look unprepared to I prepare enough to get feedback and improve. Chapter conclusion. Hesitation is not a character flaw. It is an understandable response to uncertainty, trained by past experiences and reinforced by your environment. Now you have a way to see it, name it, and move through it on purpose. With your hesitation profile and the MAPS method, you can interrupt spirals early and replace them with small, forward actions that generate proof. That proof fuels the confidence flywheel you learned in the previous chapter, and it upgrades your identity one decision at a time. Next, you will take this diagnostic clarity and apply it to the words you use with yourself. In rewiring self-talk and belief architecture, you will learn to catch negative scripts in real time, challenge their logic, and install language that keeps you engaged. Your patterns are mapped. Your interrupters are ready. The next step is to reprogram the voice that decides whether you use them. Rewiring self-talk and belief architecture. Rewiring self-talk and belief architecture. Chapter Introduction. The most powerful voice you hear all day is the one in your own head. It narrates your abilities, predicts your outcomes, and decides whether you step forward or step back. In the last chapter, you mapped the loops of overthinking and perfectionism that stall you. Now, you will learn to change the script itself. This is where confidence stops being an idea and becomes a practice. In this chapter, you will operationalize mindset change. You will learn to catch negative self-talk in real time, challenge it without drama, and choose language that your brain believes and your actions can confirm. You will build evidence bridges that convert big identity goals into measurable, verifiable steps. You will create a belief backlog to track proof of growth. You will install a short emotional regulation routine that steadies your nervous system so you can think clearly under pressure. Finally, you will craft a future self-identity statement that acts like software for your daily decisions. The aim is not hype. It is a repeatable method for updating beliefs based on real-world evidence. The problem. If you have ever tried to pump yourself up with grand affirmations only to feel like a fraud, you have felt the gap between language and evidence. The brain is a prediction machine. It defaults to old patterns when new words do not match your lived experience. You can say I am unstoppable, but if your recent memory includes backing out of hard conversations, your threat system will not buy it. That gap creates cognitive dissonance, and your nervous system pushes you back toward familiar avoidance. Self-talk is not neutral. It acts like an operating system that filters information, sets expectations, and directs attention. When your inner narrator uses absolute language, like always, never, or everyone, it amplifies anxiety and narrows options. When it uses catastrophizing, mind reading, or all or nothing thinking, it hijacks decision making. In the previous chapter, you learned to recognize these distortions. The next step is to replace them with precise language that changes how you perceive and act. There is also a memory problem. Your brain prioritizes threat learning. Painful moments, like a failed pitch or a harsh critique, get tagged as important. Without intervention, those associations carry forward and become predictions. This is why people avoid public speaking after one shaky talk, or hesitate to negotiate after one rejection. Unless you update those memories with new experiences, they keep running the show. The solution framework. You will use 4 integrated tools to rewire your self-talk and beliefs. The catch, challenge, choose routine. A simple loop to interrupt automatic thoughts, test their logic, and select performance-enhancing language. Evidence bridges. A method to convert vague affirmations into believable statements tied to current behaviors and near-term actions. The belief backlog. A running record of proof that you are practicing what you value, used to update identity and reduce imposter feelings. The regulation micro-practice. A 1 to 2 minute protocol that calms fear circuitry and gives you cognitive control when it matters. The future self script. A concise identity statement that sets your standards and anchors daily behavior. These tools come from cognitive behavioral science, memory reconsolidation research, and self-compassion practice. Cognitive behavioral therapy shows that thoughts, feelings, and actions loop together. Change one, and the others shift. Memory reconsolidation shows that old associations can be updated when new, mismatching experiences are paired with emotional safety. Self-compassion reduces threat reactivity and increases persistence. You will put these findings to work without jargon or fluff. Deep dive. Catch, challenge, choose. Catch. The goal is awareness without judgment. You name the thought, out loud or on paper. You ask, what am I saying to myself right now? You listen for absolutes, mind reading, and catastrophic predictions. Label the distortion. For example, this is all or nothing thinking, or I am mind reading. Challenge. You test the thought like a hypothesis. Ask, what is the evidence for and against this? What would I say to a friend who had this thought? Is there a more precise way to say this? Precision matters because generalities inflate fear. Instead of I always choke in meetings, you tell the truth with details. In the last 2 meetings I hesitated once when a question surprised me, and I recovered within 30 seconds. Choose. You select a new statement that is believable and directs action. It must not require you to feel perfect. You can use if-then language. If I notice my heart racing, then I will take one slow exhale and ask one clarifying question. You add a small action that confirms the new story. Why this works? The nervous system respects evidence. Hebb said, neurons that fire together wire together. When you pair precise language with small actions, you create new circuits. You do not need to feel confident first. You need to act in ways that build confidence. Evidence bridges. Affirmations fail when they are too far from reality. Evidence bridges connect who you want to become with what you are already doing or will do within days. They contain 3 parts. Identity direction. The kind of person you are becoming. For example, I am becoming a person who speaks up with clarity even when my voice shakes. Current proof. Specific behaviors you have done recently. For example, this week I asked one direct question in our team huddle. Next, confirming action. A near-term commitment that can be measured. For example, in the next meeting I will state my viewpoint early in one sentence. Put together. I am becoming a person who speaks up with clarity even when my voice shakes, because this week I asked one direct question in our team huddle, and in the next meeting I will state my viewpoint early in one sentence. This format avoids fantasy. It builds a bridge from now to next. You cross it with action, then log it in your belief backlog. The belief backlog. Your belief backlog is a dedicated place to collect proof that you are practicing your values and skills. It is not a gratitude list. It is a performance log that updates identity. Use it to counter the brain's tendency to forget wins and remember threats. Structure your backlog as a simple table or list you can scan quickly. Date. Trigger or context. What I did or said. What it cost me. What I learned or proved. For example, date, Tuesday. Trigger, raised hand question during client call. What I did, asked the question despite uncertainty. Cost, elevated heart rate and brief discomfort. Learned, I can tolerate the rush and think clearly enough to deliver value. Review this backlog weekly. You are teaching your brain to recognize new patterns. Over time, the backlog becomes a memory bank that makes new statements feel true. Regulation micro practice. Under stress, language does not land if your physiology is spiking. A short regulation practice stabilizes your system so your prefrontal cortex can do its job. Use this protocol before high-stakes moments or whenever you feel activated. Orient. Place your feet on the floor. Look at 3 objects in the room and name them softly to yourself. This grounds your attention in the present. Breathe. Use a physiological sigh. Inhale through your nose twice in a row, a full inhale followed by a small top up. Then exhale slowly through your mouth for a count twice as long. Repeat 2 or 3 cycles. This releases carbon dioxide efficiently and signals safety. Soften. Place a hand on your chest or forearm. Say, "This is hard and it is okay to feel activated. I can still choose my next action." Self-compassion is not indulgence. It reduces threat arousal so you can perform. Most people can feel a shift within 60 to 90 seconds. The goal is not sedation. It is agency. Future self-script. Language steers behavior. A future self-identity statement keeps you aligned when choices get noisy. It should be short enough to remember, concrete enough to guide behavior, and flexible enough to adjust as you grow. Use this template. Who I am becoming. I am becoming a person who. What I do daily. I practice. What I refuse. I no longer. How I respond to fear. When I feel. What I measure. I track. Example. I am becoming a person who speaks plainly and acts before I feel ready. I practice asking one clarifying question in every meeting. I no longer stall to polish what does not need polishing. When I feel the rush of fear, I breathe once and move toward the first next step. I track my reps in my backlog every Friday. Implementation strategy. Step 1. Baseline your inner narrator. For the next 3 days, carry a small card or open a notes app. Every time you notice a spike of stress or hesitation, write down the exact sentence your inner voice uses. Keep it short and literal. Do not analyze yet. This is data gathering. Step 2. Build your distortion map. At the end of each day, label each sentence with a distortion category, like catastrophizing, mind reading, or all or nothing. Note which contexts trigger which distortions. Step 3. Install catch, challenge, choose. Create a one-line cue on your phone lock screen that says, catch, challenge, choose. Add an alarm that fires 30 minutes before your most stressful time of day to remind you to use the routine. In the next high-pressure moment, pause for 3 breaths, label the thought, ask one challenge question, and select a new statement plus one micro-action. Log it afterward. Step 4. Craft your first 3 evidence bridges. Choose one identity direction related to speaking up, handling conflict, or starting before you feel ready. For each, write one bridge using the format identity direction, current proof, next confirming action. Place the bridges where you will see them, like in your calendar notes for upcoming meetings. Step 5. Start your belief backlog. Open a dedicated document titled Belief Backlog. Add the 5 columns. Commit to 1 entry per day for the next 2 weeks, even if small. Step 6. Practice the regulation micro practice daily. For 1 week, practice the orient, breathe, soften sequence once in the morning and once before a stressor. You are wiring familiarity so it is available when you need it. Step 7. Author your future self-script. Use the template and write a version that fits your context. Read it out loud once each morning. Place a copy in your notes app and one on your desk. Step 8. Weekly review and adjust. Every Friday, scan your backlog, highlight 3 wins, and update your evidence bridges. Adjust your future self-script language if certain phrases feel flat or unclear. Real-world application. Lena, a new product manager, avoided speaking in cross-functional meetings. Her inner narrator said, "I always freeze and people will see I am not technical enough." She used the catch, challenge, choose routine to reframe. In the last 3 meetings I asked 2 questions that clarified scope. Some people nodded. I do not know what everyone thinks. Her new statement became, I can ask one clear question in the first 10 minutes. She paired it with a physiological sigh as she entered the meeting. She created an evidence bridge. I am becoming a product manager who asks for clarity early, because in the last stand-up I asked a timeline question, and in tomorrow's sync I will ask one priority question. Over 6 weeks, her backlog showed 12 instances of early questions. The repeated proof shifted her identity from the quiet one to the clarifier, which increased her influence. Marco, a freelance designer, struggled with pricing conversations. His self-talk predicted, "If I say my rate they will bail." He challenged this by reviewing his history and found that 4 out of 5 clients accepted his proposed rate with minor adjustments. He chose a new statement: "My job is to state my value and discuss fit, not to guess reactions." He built an evidence bridge: "I am becoming a designer who states my rate without apology, because this week I wrote my rate in 3 proposals, and in Friday's call I will say the rate before showing concepts." He used the regulation practice before calls to steady his voice. His backlog included notes like, "Stated rate first. Client asked 1 question. Project confirmed." Seeing that pattern decreased his anticipatory anxiety and improved cash flow. Aisha, a doctoral student, carried a painful memory of a conference talk where she lost her place. She avoided presenting for 2 years. She read about memory reconsolidation and decided to create a mismatching experience. With a mentor present, she practiced a short talk in a supportive setting and intentionally lost her place midway, then used a sentence stem, "Let me pause and summarize where we are," to recover. She logged the experience as proof that she could recover gracefully. Her evidence bridge read, "I am becoming a researcher who can recover mid-talk, because today I rehearsed and recovered twice, and next week I will deliver a 5-minute lab update." After 3 such experiences, her fear memory updated. She still felt activation, but it no longer dictated avoidance. Common pitfalls. Creating statements you do not believe. If your chosen language is too far from your current experience, your nervous system will reject it. Solution: scale it down. Use becoming rather than being and tie it to immediate actions. Treating the backlog as a journal dump. The backlog is not for venting. It is for tracking proof. Solution: keep entries short and behavior focused. Using the routine as avoidance. Some people get stuck challenging thoughts for too long. Solution: time box the routine to 90 seconds, then act. Expecting 0 fear. The goal is not to eliminate activation. It is to act with it present. Solution: normalize the rush and pair it with your regulation practice. Inconsistent representative's identity does not update from sporadic effort. Solution: anchor your practices to existing routines, like after your morning coffee and before your afternoon stand-up. Overgeneralizing wins. Celebrate, but stay precise. Solution: specify what you did and what it cost, so the brain tags it as meaningful, not luck. Ignoring body signals. Cognitive tools stall if your physiology is overloaded. Solution: practice the regulation micro-practice daily so it is available when you need it. Key takeaways. Words shape predictions. Precise self-talk opens options, while absolute language shrinks them. The catch: challenge. Choose routine interrupts automatic thoughts and replaces them with believable statements plus actions. Evidence bridges connect identity goals to current proof and near-term commitments. A belief backlog trains your brain to notice growth and updates identity over time. Brief regulation practices calm fear circuitry and return cognitive control. Self-compassion lowers threat reactivity and increases persistence under stress. Identity shifts through consistent reps. Small daily actions compound into belief change. Future self scripts guide micro-decisions and set standards for behavior. Action items. Build a distortion map. For 3 days, capture exact self-talk during stress spikes. Label distortions each night. Create 3 evidence bridges. Write 1 for speaking up, 1 for starting before ready, and 1 for handling feedback. Start your belief backlog. Log 1 proof per day for the next 2 weeks. Keep it visible. Practice the regulation micro-practice. Do 3 cycles of orient, breathe, soften each morning and before one planned stressor. Install catch, challenge, choose. Put a lock screen reminder and use it at least once per day. Time box to 90 seconds. Write your future self-scripture. Include who you are becoming, daily practices, refusals, fear response, and what you measure. Read it aloud each morning. Schedule weekly review. Every Friday, highlight 3 wins, update bridges, and adjust your script language. Share your commitment. Tell a trusted peer what you are practicing. Accountability increases follow-through. Chapter conclusion. Confidence grows when your words and actions align. In this chapter, you build a toolkit to make that alignment inevitable. You learn to catch distorted thoughts, challenge them with precision, and choose language that directs action. You turned affirmations into evidence bridges, created a backlog that records proof of growth, installed a fast regulation practice, and wrote a future self script to steer daily choices. You now have a method to update beliefs using reality rather than slogans. In the next chapter, you will take this work into your body. Confidence is as much physiological as cognitive. You will learn breathing, posture, and voice protocols that create a calm, authoritative presence on demand. Combine what you just built for your inner narration with body-based presence, and you will feel, sound, and act like the most capable version of yourself. Body-based presence, breath, posture, and voice. Chapter Introduction. You can feel it before you think it. Your breath turns shallow, your chest tightens, your voice rushes ahead of you. Or the opposite happens. Your energy drops, your presence shrinks, and your words do not land. In both cases, your body has already cast a vote about how confident you feel, and your mind scrambles to justify it. Building on what we covered in Rewiring Self-Talk and Belief Architecture, this chapter makes a simple promise. You can train your physiology to prime your psychology. Confidence is not only a story you tell yourself. It is a state you create. In the minutes before a call, a meeting, or a stage moment, small shifts in breath, posture, and voice can flip your nervous system from jittery or dull to calm, alert, and resonant. You will learn short routines that fit into real life, so you do not need a silent retreat to feel steady. By the end, you will have a personal presence protocol you can perform anywhere. It will become your confidence on switch. The problem. You already know how fast your body can betray you. Anxiety shows up as quick inhales, collapsed ribs, hunched shoulders, darting eyes, and words that tumble out too fast. People read those signals in a heartbeat, and they often draw conclusions before you get to your second sentence. It is not fair, but it is real. When your body broadcasts uncertainty, the room rarely gives you the benefit of the doubt. There is another problem you might not notice. Sometimes your state does not match the task. You bring too much energy to a sensitive conversation, and your voice feels sharp. You bring too little energy to a high-stakes pitch, and you feel flat. Without a way to tune arousal up or down, you leave your presence to chance. One day you are on, the next day you are uneven. That variance chips away at your credibility and your own trust in yourself. Digital environments add friction. On video, a low camera angle, dim lighting, and a cramped frame can make you look small and tentative. In rooms, nervous habits like foot tapping, phone checking, or exaggerated nodding fill the space where gravitas should be. If you do not catch the physical tells early, the cascade takes over. Your breath speeds up, your mouth dries out, your voice thins, and your brain hunts for exits. The solution framework. Physiology precedes psychology. When you change your state, your thoughts follow. Your body gives you 3 fast levers: breath, posture, and voice. Use them in that order. Breath regulates arousal. Posture sets alignment and projects stability. Voice broadcasts confidence and connects to others. Layer in simple environmental tweaks and you create reliable presence on demand. Think of this as the RAR model: regulate, align, resonate. Regulate. Use breathing protocols that control carbon dioxide and stimulate heart rate variability. This calms or energizes the nervous system within minutes. Align. Configure your skeleton so your head, heart, and hips stack. Open the chest without stiffness. Stillness becomes your anchor. Resonate. Warm up your voice so your sound is clear, rich, and paced. Pauses carry weight, and your words land. You will also build a set of state shift sequences to match the moment. When you need power, you will use a short energizer that raises alertness without twitchiness. When you need poise, you will use a downshift that smooths breath and slows your cadence. 2 to 5 minutes is enough. Deep dive. Breath, the fastest way in. Your breathing controls the chemical mix in your blood, especially carbon dioxide. That mix affects your heart rate and your sense of calm or urgency. When you learn to breathe on purpose, you can change how you feel quickly. Use these core tools. Physiological sigh reset. This is a natural pattern your body uses when you cry or exhale after a scare. Inhale through your nose until your lungs are about 2/3 full. Pause briefly. Inhale again through your nose to top off. Then exhale slowly through your mouth until empty. Repeat for 1 to 2 minutes. This pattern raises carbon dioxide tolerance and signals safety. Use it when you feel jittery and need steady hands. Box breathing. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds, hold empty for 4 seconds. Repeat for 1 to 3 minutes. This evens out your nervous system and sharpens focus. Use it before complex conversations when you want calm clarity. Extended exhale pace. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 2 seconds, exhale for 6 to 8 seconds. Repeat for 2 minutes. Longer exhales increase parasympathetic activity, which lowers arousal. Use this to slow a racing mind before you speak. Resonant breathing. Breathe at roughly 5 to 6 breaths per minute. That is about 5 to 6 seconds in and 5 to 6 seconds out. This pattern tends to increase heart rate variability, which is correlated with resilience. Use it as a daily practice for baseline composure. Rules that keep you safe and effective: breathe through the nose when possible for inhales. Keep shoulders relaxed. Do not force the breath. You should feel more anchored within 2 minutes, not lightheaded. If you feel dizzy, reduce breath depth and slow down. Posture, the signal of stability. Posture is not about standing rigid like a statue. It is about alignment and ease. Your skeleton carries weight so your muscles can relax. Your nervous system reads that as safe, and so do other people. Stack. Imagine a vertical line from the crown of your head to your perineum. Place your feet shoulder width apart, toes forward. Unlock your knees. Tuck your pelvis slightly so your low back is neutral. Lift through the crown of the head. Let your chin gently tuck so the back of the neck is long. Keep ears over shoulders, shoulders over hips. Open the front. Roll your shoulders up, back, and down. Imagine wearing a necklace that wants to be seen. This widens the collarbones without puffing the chest. You look open, not arrogant. Anchor stillness. Choose one point of stillness, usually your feet. Keep them planted when you speak. Let your hands gesture from the mid-chest area with open palms. This creates a frame of stable base with expressive top half. Sit with presence. On video or at a table, scoot to the front third of the chair. Stack head over heart over hips. Place both feet flat. Imagine helium lifting the crown. Rest forearms lightly on the table or armrests to avoid slouching. When you listen, lean in slightly from the hips for engagement, then return to upright when you speak. Posture changes how you feel about yourself. Studies show that expansive, yet relaxed posture can influence self-perception. You will notice your inner talk changes when your body takes up appropriate space. Voice, the sound of confidence. Your voice carries more than words. Resonance, pace, and clarity tell a story about your certainty. Warm-ups that take 2 minutes can change your sound. Hum ladders. Keep lips closed. Hum from low to mid to high, then back down. Feel vibration in your chest and face. Do this for 30 seconds. It warms up vocal folds and brings resonance forward. Lip trills or tongue trills. Blow air through loosely closed lips or do a rolling R sound. Slide from low pitch to high and back down. This engages breath support and smooths breaks. Straw phonation. If you have a straw in a small cup of water, phonate bubbles at a comfortable pitch for 30 seconds. It reduces strain and increases efficiency. If no straw, softly sing a vowel like OO at medium volume. Crisp articulation. Say tongue twisters slowly with exaggerated clarity, like unique New York or red leather yellow leather. Focus on consonants. Then speak a few lines of your opener out loud at a measured pace. Delivery principles: aim for a slower start, then settle into your natural pace. Use a 3-beat pause after key points. Speak on the exhale from a steady breath. Keep volume slightly louder than conversational if you are leading a room. On video, reduce volume slightly and increase warmth. Environment, the frame that supports you. Small tweaks change how you are perceived. Video settings. Raise the camera to eye level. Place it an arm's length away. Look at the lens when you deliver key points, not at your own image. Use a soft front light, like a lamp or ring light, about 30 to 45 degrees from face level so your eyes are lit. Clear the background of visual noise. Frame from mid-chest to a little above the head. Use wired headphones or a good microphone to improve sound. Sit near the center of the frame. Room presence. Before entering, pause at the threshold. Exhale slowly. Then step in and stop for one breath before moving. This signals deliberate arrival. When seated in a group, angle your body slightly toward the center. When speaking, plant your feet and let your eyes move in a triangle across the room. Hold eye contact for 3 to 5 seconds per person, then shift. This creates connection without staring. Implementation strategy. You will build a presence protocol that you can deploy in under 5 minutes. Use this step-by-step plan. 1. Map your tells. List your top 3 physical signs of anxiety. Examples: shallow breath, tight jaw, bouncing leg, hunched shoulders, rushed speech, throat dryness. Record a 1-minute video of yourself speaking. Watch with the sound off first. Note posture and gestures. Then listen with the screen off. Note pace and tone. This gives you objective data. 2. Define your task states. For your common situations, identify the desired energy. Examples: client pitch needs power and warmth. Performance review needs calm and care. Team stand-up needs clarity and pace. Write 1 line for each task. Today I need to be, then choose 2 adjectives. Keep this visible on a sticky note. 3. Select your breath sequence. If you tend to be over-aroused, choose physiological sigh or extended exhale as your default. If you tend to be under-aroused, choose resonant breathing combined with 2 quick deep nasal inhales followed by normal exhale to perk up. Practice your choice twice per day for 1 week so it becomes automatic. 4. Set your posture cues. Choose 1 alignment cue, crown up, chin soft. Choose 1 openness cue, show the necklace. Choose 1 stillness anchor, feet planted. Place a tactile cue nearby, like a smooth coin in your pocket. When you feel it, stack and open. 5. Build your voice warm-up. Pick 2 warm-ups you will always do. For example, hum ladders for 30 seconds, then lip trills for 30 seconds. End with 2 crisp articulation phrases. Record your warm-up once to learn the feeling of resonance forward and steady pacing. 6. Design micro-routines. Pre-meeting routine, 90 seconds of breath, 30 seconds of posture reset, 1 minute of voice. Quick background check and camera angle. Read your today I need to be line. Pre-call routine, 60 seconds of breath, 30 seconds of hums, look into the lens and smile before hello. Pre-stage routine, 2 minutes of breath, 1 minute of posture and handshake release, 1 minute of voice including a few lines of your opener out loud. 7. Install triggers. Use calendar alerts titled Breathe, Align, Resonate 5 minutes before key events. Put a small dot near your laptop camera as a focus point to remind you to look at the lens. Place a sticky note on your notebook with your posture cues and state adjectives. 8. Rehearse and review. Run your routine before low-stakes events to get reps without pressure. After 2 days, review a recording. Note 2 things to keep and 1 thing to improve. Adjust your protocol. Real-world application. Case 1, the sales lead on video. Maro led a regional sales team and dreaded quarterly reviews on video. She spoke fast and her voice went thin. Her presence protocol became 90 seconds of physiological sigh reset, shoulders up back down, crown up cue, then 45 seconds of hums and lip trills. She raised her camera to eye level and added a desk lamp 2 feet away. Results: her opening pace slowed by 20%. She used 3 beat pauses. The client interrupted less, and she reported feeling steady by minute 2. Her team noted that her tone sounded warmer and more authoritative. She kept a small dot near the lens, which helped her maintain eye contact through the camera during key points. Case 2, the founder in the room. Jay, a founder, had excellent content but looked tense during investor meetings. He bounced his knee and over-gestured. He added a threshold pause before entering, then extended exhale breathing for 2 minutes in the hallway. Inside, he planted both feet when answering questions and placed his hands at mid-chest, palms relaxed. Results: he felt less urge to fill silence. He paused, then answered. He noticed investors leaned in. He received feedback that his presence felt grounded. He also put a smooth coin in his pocket. When he felt it, he lowered his shoulders and softened his jaw. Case 3, the manager in tough conversations. Priya had to deliver corrective feedback and tended to sound harsh. She needed calm and care. Her protocol: resonant breathing for 3 minutes at 5 seconds in and 5 seconds out, posture cue of necklace visible, then articulation practice with the phrase, I am here to help you succeed. During the conversation she used the eye contact cadence of 3 to 5 seconds, then looked away briefly to reduce intensity. Results: she reported less throat tightness and better pacing. The team member said the conversation felt firm but supportive. Priya noted that holding a cup of warm tea before the meeting relaxed her hands and slowed her speech. Common pitfalls. Overbreathing. Taking huge inhales without control can make you lightheaded. Reduce volume, keep shoulders relaxed, and extend the exhale. Rigid posture. Forcing your chest up and locking your knees reads as arrogance. Aim for tall and open, not stiff. Overprojection. Shouting to project confidence strains your voice. Use breath support and resonance instead of volume. On video, lower volume and increase clarity. Filler warm-ups. Rushing through vocal warm-ups or skipping them leads to thin tone. 30 to 60 seconds of focused practice makes a difference. Gadget overload. Constant mic fiddling, camera fixing, or light adjusting moments before a call raises anxiety. Set and test your environment once, then trust it. Performative eye contact. Staring too long feels aggressive. Use a natural rhythm of 3 to 5 seconds per person, then shift. Ignoring hydration and rest. Dry mouth and vocal fatigue often reflect dehydration and lack of sleep. Drink water and rest your voice when you can. Neglecting recovery. After high output speaking, do not jump straight into intense tasks. Take 1 minute of gentle breathing to reset. Key takeaways. Your body is the fastest path to confidence. Breath regulates arousal, posture signals stability, and voice broadcasts certainty. Short, repeatable routines beat long, rare sessions. 2 to 5 minutes before key moments can change outcomes. Match your energy to the task. Use downshifts for poise and upshifts for power. Early awareness of physical tells allows quick correction. Catch shallow breath, collapsed chest, and rushed speech before they snowball. Environment matters. Camera height, lighting, framing, and minimal background noise raise perceived authority. Stillness is a strength. Plant your feet, gesture from the mid-chest, and use pauses to let words land. Consistency builds trust. Repeating the same cues creates reliability in you and in the way others experience you. Action items. Build your baseline. Today, record a 1-minute video of you speaking about your current project. Review with sound off, then with image off. Write 3 physical tells you see and hear. Choose your default breath. Pick one protocol for downshifting and one for upshifting. Practice both twice today. Set your environment. Raise your camera to eye level, add a soft front light, and clear your background. Do a quick test call with a friend to confirm framing and audio. Write your cues. On a small card, write crown up, necklace visible, feet planted. Keep it near your workstation. Create a 90-second warm-up. Combine breath, posture, and voice into a short sequence. Schedule it 5 minutes before your next call. Install triggers. Add calendar reminders labeled breathe, align, resonate for your next 3 important interactions. Rehearse openers. Speak your opening lines out loud 3 times, using a slower initial pace and a 3-beat pause after the first sentence. Debrief quickly. After your next call, write 1 sentence on what worked and 1 sentence on what to adjust. Repeat for 3 days. Chapter conclusion. Confidence compounds when your body and mind work together. You just created a practical way to set your state before the world sees you. Breath regulates your chemistry. Posture organizes your structure. Voice carries your message. With a few environmental tweaks and reliable triggers, you stop leaving presence to chance. In the next chapter, The Confidence Flywheel, we will connect this presence protocol to a larger system. You will turn deliberate actions like these into evidence you can capture, which upgrades your identity and unlocks even bolder behavior. The engine will make your confidence growth inevitable, one small, reliable win at a time. The Confidence Flywheel, from action to evidence to identity. The Confidence Flywheel, from action to evidence to identity. Chapter Introduction. Confidence grows like interest in a compounding account. When you make small deposits consistently, the gains start to feed on themselves. Most people wait for the big raise, the perfect pitch, or the overnight breakthrough. What actually changes your belief in yourself is a reliable loop that turns action into proof, and proof into identity. In this chapter, you will install that loop. Building on what you practiced in body-based presence, you now have the ability to shift your physical state on demand. The next level is creating a system that converts those better states into visible progress. You will learn how to prime yourself, do a small meaningful action, capture the evidence, and integrate it into your sense of who you are. That loop, run daily and weekly, turns confidence from a feeling into a habit. The problem: confidence does not fail because you lack talent. It fails because good actions evaporate before they change your self-image. You do something brave on Monday, then by Friday you barely remember it. Without captured evidence, your brain treats progress like a rumor. The result is a fragile identity that relies on motivation, which is unreliable. Another common trap is the all or nothing cycle. You set huge goals, miss a day, then decide you are back at zero. Misses become shame, which becomes avoidance. Or you do take action, but it is random and disconnected from your identity. You collect activity, not proof. Your nervous system does not register safety or success, so you hesitate the next time it matters. There is also friction. Devices, cluttered workflows, unclear next steps, and social pressure add tiny obstacles that drain momentum. Without a system to remove friction, even a simple rep feels heavy. You do not need more willpower. You need a flywheel that shrinks the steps, captures the wins, and upgrades your identity with each cycle. The solution framework. The confidence flywheel has 4 phases: prime, act, capture, integrate. Run in sequence, they create a self-reinforcing loop. Prime. Prepare your state and environment so action feels easy. This is your pre-action protocol for breath, body, and focus. It is also your friction audit in miniature. Act. Do the smallest meaningful behavior that moves the needle. Emphasis on smallest and meaningful. The action should be so easy you cannot fail, and still produce real evidence. Capture. Log proof immediately. You record what you did, how it felt, and any outcomes. What gets measured gets managed, and what gets celebrated gets repeated. Integrate. Translate the proof into identity language. Craft an I am statement, review your streaks, and reflect weekly so the evidence becomes who you are. Keep the loop small, fast, and rewarding. The speed matters because momentum is emotional. Quick wins build heat. The reward matters because celebration amplifies learning. Deep dive. Phase 1, Prime. Priming means you lower the activation energy. Start with a 30 to 90 second state shift. Use a calm breathing pattern, 2 slow inhales through the nose and a long exhale through the mouth, twice. Roll your shoulders back, plant your feet, lift your chest, and speak one line in a steady voice. This bridges directly from the previous chapter. You signal safety to your nervous system, which reduces hesitation. Next, run a micro-friction audit. Ask 3 questions. What is the first visible step? What could stop me in the next 2 minutes? What can I remove or simplify? Then make the step concrete. Open the draft. Pull up the call script. Place the shoes by the door. Research shows that reducing steps and clarifying cues increases follow-through. One study on habit formation found that behavior automaticity often builds over 66 days on average, with a wide range based on complexity. The takeaway is that simplicity and repetition beat willpower. Phase 2, Act. Act means you take the smallest meaningful action. Smallest means it can be done in 2 minutes or less. Meaningful means that if you repeated it daily, it would lead to the outcome. Examples. For sales confidence, send 1 personalized message to a warm contact. For speaking confidence, record a 60-second voice note summarizing an idea. For fitness confidence, perform 5 push-ups right now. For creative confidence, write 2 sentences in your draft. These actions are not random. They are slices of the real skill. They are cheap reps that generate evidence. When in doubt, shrink the scope, not the standard. You keep quality cues, but you limit the duration. Phase 3, Capture. Evidence is oxygen for identity. Without it, your brain forgets. After each action, spend 60 seconds capturing proof. Use a simple scorecard. Record 4 items. Date, action completed, 1 sentence of evidence, mood rating from 1 to 10. The evidence sentence anchors the win to a real outcome or feeling, such as I sent 1 message and felt a 6 on courage. If there was an external result, like a reply or a completed set, include it. Add a celebration micro-ritual. Smile, inhale deeply, say out loud, that was like me. Celebration is not fluff. It marks the behavior as rewarding, which lights up the dopamine system and increases the odds of repetition. Neuroscience has a simple rule. Neurons that fire together wire together. You want action, celebration, and identity to fire together. Phase 4, integrate. Integration turns proof into identity. At the end of the day, write one I am statement based on what you did. For example, I am someone who makes one brave ask before lunch. Keep it tied to evidence. At the end of the week, review the scorecard, count reps, and choose one identity upgrade. Maybe you move from I am someone who shows up inconsistently to I am someone who shows up 4 days out of 7. Integration also includes streaks. Maintain a visible streak count for your core action. A calendar with X marks, a counter app, or a sticky note chain. Visible progress cues are powerful because they transform an abstract goal into a clear status. Protect streaks by allowing a one-day buffer rule. If you miss one day, you must show up the next day no matter what. 2 misses in a row break momentum more than a single miss. Implementation strategy. Follow these steps to build your flywheel in the next 7 days. 1. Choose one arena. Select a domain where you want more confidence. Sales, speaking, leadership, dating, fitness, or creativity. If you try to spin 5 flywheels at once, none will gather speed. 2. Define the smallest meaningful representative. Identify a 2-minute action that directly builds the skill. Use the examples above as inspiration. Test it once to confirm it is easy and real. 3. Design your prime. Choose a 30-second breath and posture sequence. Decide your environmental cue, like standing at the kitchen counter or sitting at a clean desk. Prepare materials in advance. 4. Build your scorecard. Create a note on your phone or a paper card with 4 fields. Date, action, evidence, sentence, mood 1 to 10. Add a 5th field for a daily identity statement. 5. Set time windows. Schedule 2 or 3 micro windows each day when you will run the loop. For example, 5 minutes after morning coffee, right before lunch, and at 4 p.m. use alarms and visual cues. 6. Install visible progress. Place a calendar in sight. After each rep, mark a simple X. Or use a tally in your notes. The goal is to see the chain grow. 7. Plan the weekly integration ritual. Pick a consistent day and time, such as Sunday evening. Set a 15-minute appointment titled Identity Upgrade. During the ritual, count reps, review notes, select your favorite win, and write one new I am statement. 8. Run a friction audit. List all tiny blockers. Examples include scattered files, missing phone numbers, fear of a blank page, or interruptions. For each, design a removal. Consolidate files into a single folder, pre-write a template, gather numbers into a list, and set a Do Not Disturb window. 9. Choose accountability. Select one structure. Peer pact, public commitment, or consequence contract. A peer pact is a simple check-in with a friend who is also running a flywheel. A public commitment is a visible promise such as posting your weekly goal to a small group. A consequence contract sets a stake. If you skip your action 2 days in a week, you donate to a cause you dislike or you pay your friend. Keep stakes light but real. 10. Start with a 7-day streak. Do not overplan. Start today. Aim for 4 to 7 successful days. Then assess and adjust, not before. Real-world application. Maya, a new account executive, felt anxious before outreach. She chose one domain, prospecting, and one rep, send one personalized opener by 9 a.m. Her prime was 2 breaths, shoulders back, open the CRM tab. She used a paper scorecard. After sending, she wrote, sent one note to Jordan at Acme, courage 7. She marked her wall calendar. At the end of week 1 she had 5 X marks. Her weekly ritual produced the statement, I am someone who initiates. By week 3 she increased the rep to 2 messages. Replies began to trickle in. More important, she stopped dreading outreach. When a tough week hit, she used her one-day buffer rule and recovered. Her streak never broke for more than a day. Confidence rose because the identity did. Liam, a software engineer who wanted to speak up in meetings, designed a different rep. Before the daily stand-up, he did the presence protocol, then prepared one-sentence contribution. His capture sentence read, offered a test idea, voice steady, mood 6. He told his mentor about the pact and sent a weekly screenshot of his scorecard. After 4 weeks, his manager commented on his leadership. Liam's identity statement evolved to, "I am someone who contributes early." The flywheel led to bolder behavior. He volunteered to present a demo, which fed the next cycle. Anna, a graduate student, struggled with writing. She defined the smallest meaningful action as write one sentence after opening the draft. She used a timer set to 2 minutes. Her friction audit revealed that the file structure was messy, so she created one folder and a daily template that opened to the next paragraph. Her celebration was a cup of tea only after the rep. After 5 weeks, she noticed a surprising shift. She no longer asked, "Will I write?" She asked, "Which sentence comes first?" Identity had moved ahead of behavior. Common pitfalls. Making the action too big. If your rep requires extensive setup, you will skip it. Shrink it to 2 minutes while keeping it tied to the skill. Making the action meaningless. If the rep does not build the skill, it will not produce evidence. Sending a generic message is not the same as a personalized outreach. Skipping capture. If you do not log the win, your brain will forget it. Keep capture fast and simple, and do it immediately. Treating a miss as a moral failure. Misses happen. Use the 1-day buffer rule. Restart without shame within 24 hours. Overtracking. Do not track 20 metrics. Track one core action and your mood. Too much data becomes friction. Hiding success. If no one knows about your commitment, it is easier to quit quietly. Use a small accountability layer to make your behavior matter. Cluttered environment. Distractions slow the loop. Pre-stage your tools. 1 click to begin, 1 page to write, 1 list to call. Celebration shame. Some people feel goofy celebrating a small win. Reframe it as deliberate reinforcement. You are training your nervous system. Identity inflation. Do not claim an identity you have not earned yet. Keep statements linked to evidence. This prevents cognitive dissonance. Key takeaways. Confidence compounds when action produces proof that becomes identity. The 4 phases are prime, act, capture, integrate. Run them daily and weekly. The smallest meaningful action creates reliable reps without overwhelm. Evidence must be recorded quickly or it will evaporate. Visible streaks and celebration multiply motivation through built-in reward systems. Friction audits remove hidden blockers and protect momentum. Accountability packs, public commitments, and consequence contracts extend willpower. Recover quickly from misses with a 1-day buffer rule to keep momentum intact. Weekly identity upgrades cement the new self-image. Action items. Choose one arena and define a 2-minute meaningful rep. Write your prime protocol and place your tools where you can see them. Create a scorecard with date, action, evidence sentence, mood, and daily I am statement. Schedule 2 or 3 daily windows and a weekly 15-minute integration ritual. Conduct a quick friction audit and remove at least 3 obstacles today. Install a visible streak tracker and decide on a 1-day buffer rule. Set up one accountability structure with a friend or group by the end of the week. Start your 7-day streak today and celebrate each completed rep. Chapter Conclusion. Confidence is not a mystery. It is a loop. When you prime your state, act on a small meaningful behavior, capture the evidence, and integrate it into your identity, you build a self-correcting system that makes growth inevitable. You stop waiting for motivation and start designing momentum. The flywheel turns deliberate practice into self-trust, and self-trust into bigger action. In the next chapter, you will aim that flywheel at real-world social challenges. Micro-dares and social experiments will supply the actions. Your scorecard will capture the evidence. Your weekly ritual will turn those stories into a durable identity of courage. You will not chase bravery. You will schedule it. Micro-dares and social experiments for real-world courage. Chapter 6, Micro-dares and social experiments for real-world courage. Chapter Introduction. You already know the confidence flywheel from the previous chapter, the loop that turns action into evidence and evidence into identity. Now it is time to load that flywheel with high-quality reps in the real world. This chapter shows you how to generate courage on demand through tiny, ethical tests that you can run today, in any setting, without risking your reputation or your nervous system. You will build a personal ladder of micro-dares and social experiments, then practice them with structure, logging, and recovery. You will learn how to initiate conversations, make clean asks, take polite no's, and share opinions first, all while maintaining integrity. By the end, you will have a visible plan, a weekly calendar of social reps, and a set of resilience tools that make awkwardness temporary and confidence durable. The problem: most people try to become confident with big bursts of willpower. They wait for a perfect moment, then swing for the fences. When the stakes feel high, the body floods with adrenaline, the mind races, and the mouth dries. The result is either avoidance or a shaky performance that reinforces fear. Over time, fear anchors itself to everyday situations. You start editing yourself in meetings, letting others go first, or avoiding new conversations altogether. Another common trap is running unstructured exposure. You might say, "I will talk to more people this week," or "I will speak up more." Without clear boundaries, ethical guidelines, and a plan for recovery, you get inconsistent results. One awkward moment becomes a story about who you are, not about what you tried. Rejection feels personal. Feedback stings for days. Analysis becomes rumination. Progress stalls. Finally, many people equate social experiments with manipulation. They watch viral stunts and think courage means provoking strangers. That is not confidence, that is performance. You want real-world courage that builds trust with yourself and respect with others. You want a system that raises your threshold for intensity without overwhelming your nervous system. You want safety, steady progression, and skills that transfer to your actual goals. A repeatable framework for courage: here is the framework you will install, a system that makes bravery small, ethical, and repeatable. The latter, a tiered list of micro-dares, from warm-ups to leadership signals. Each rung is specific, controllable, and aligned with your goals. You climb one step at a time, not by jumping to the top. The rulebook: clear ethics rules so your experiments create connection, not manipulation. You ask cleanly, you accept no's politely, you never deceive or trap people, and you leave every interaction better than you found it. Neutral logging: a short after-action note that captures what you did, how it felt in the body, what happened, and what you learned. Facts first, feelings allowed, judgment off. Gamified tracking: simple points or streaks that make practice visible and fun. You convert efforts into a score that feeds your confidence flywheel. Fear appointments: pre-committed time blocks when you run your dares. Scheduled bravery beats spontaneous bravery, because the calendar removes debate. Recovery protocols: fast ways to metabolize awkwardness and rejection so you return to baseline quickly. You learn how to reset physiology, process emotion, and repair if needed. Deep dive into the system: the ladder. Your ladder has 4 zones. You will customize each rung later, but here is the general architecture. Zone 1, warm UPS, tiny exposures that are nearly fail-proof. Examples: hold eye contact with the next 3 people you pass for 2 seconds, ask a cashier about their day, wear an outfit that is 1 notch bolder than usual. Zone 2, friendly friction, small acts that introduce mild uncertainty. Examples: offer a sincere compliment to a stranger, ask for a specific suggestion at a cafe, such as "what is your favorite pastry?" Voice your preference in a group, such as "I would prefer to start with option B." Zone 3, clean asks, clear requests with a genuine chance of no. Examples: ask a colleague for feedback on one specific behavior, request a small discount at a market, ask for a quick introduction from a friend, with permission for a no. Zone 4, leadership signals, behaviors that position you as a proactive contributor. Examples: share your opinion first in a meeting, propose an agenda, or offer to summarize and send notes, invite a small group to join a quick debrief after a presentation. Why this progression works: your nervous system learns safety by layered exposure. When intensity is right-sized, your body adapts. Research on exposure-based learning shows that gradual, repeated experience reduces fear responses over time. You build tolerance for discomfort, then competence. The rulebook ethics are non-negotiable. Use these rules for every experiment. Consent and clarity: ask in ways that allow a clean yes or a clean no without pressure. Truth and transparency: no lying, no fake personas, no bait and switch. Respect and reciprocity: offer value or warmth, and treat every person as an end, not a means. Proportion: tailor the ask to the context. A coffee line is for light conversation, not for long pitches. Exit with grace: thank people for their time. If a no comes, say thanks anyway and move on cleanly. Clean asks deserve a definition. A clean ask is specific, time-bound, and polite. For example, "Do you have 2 minutes to share one thing I could improve about that slide?" Totally fine if not. It creates freedom for both parties. Neutral logging. Your log converts experiences into data. Use a simple template called FACT, which stands for fact, arousal, consequence, takeaway. Fact: what did I do, in plain language. Arousal: what did my body feel, such as heart rate fast, hands warm, breath shallow, and rate intensity 1 to 10. Consequence: what happened externally, such as they smiled, no response, a no, a yes. Takeaway: one sentence of learning stated neutrally, such as when I paused for 2 beats, I felt calmer. This keeps your confidence flywheel humming. It captures proof that you acted, not just outcomes. Gamified tracking games make repetition sticky. Create a point system that rewards actions, not results. For example, each Zone 1 rep equals 1 point, Zone 2 equals 2 points, Zone 3 equals 3 points, Zone 4 equals 4 points. Give yourself a weekly target that scales with your capacity. Add a streak bonus for every week you hit your target. Set small rewards that you actually care about, like a new playlist, a favorite snack, or a solo coffee at your favorite spot. Fear appointments. Courage is more consistent when you plan it. Choose 2 to 4 weekly slots for your reps. Label them on your calendar as fear appointment, then specify which micro dares you will run during that time. Because the appointment is a pre-commitment, it reduces negotiation with yourself. It also lets you set proper recovery after. Recovery protocols. Awkwardness and rejection are not emergencies. They are sensations that pass. Recovery has 3 parts. Physiology reset: exhale longer than you inhale for 2 minutes, shake your hands and legs, walk briskly for 2 to 5 minutes, then lower your shoulders and soften your jaw. Meaning reset: use a neutral phrase, that was a rep, not a verdict, or rejection is data, not a diagnosis. Repair if needed: if you misstepped, such as interrupting or overstepping, apologize quickly with clarity. I realized I cut you off earlier, I am sorry, please continue. Examples for each zone. Here are sample scripts and scenarios to show what this looks like in practice. Zone 1, warm UPS. Eye contact: make eye contact, smile, and say, good morning. Keep walking. Small talk opener: at the elevator, say, how is your day going so far? If they respond with one word, smile, and let it end. Dress stretch: wear a brighter color or an accessory you like. Notice how you carry yourself. Zone 2, friendly friction. Sincere compliment: that jacket color looks great. Pause, then let them decide if they want to talk. Preference share: I would prefer to start with agenda item 3 to get clarity on deadlines. I am open if others feel differently. Ask for a recommendation: I am deciding between the chili and the soup. What would you pick? Zone 3, clean asks. Micro feedback: do you have 1 minute to share one thing I could make clearer in that email? Small negotiation: any chance there is a first-time discount on this item? Totally fine if not. Introduction request: if it feels comfortable, would you be willing to intro me to Alex for a 5-minute chat about their role? No pressure at all. Zone 4, leadership signals. First opinion: I will kick us off. I think proposal B balances timeline and quality best, because it saves us 2 review cycles. Propose a format: can we try 2 rounds of 2 minutes each so everyone gets airtime? I can keep time. Summarize and own next step: here are the decisions I heard, I will write them up and send by 3 p.m. Calibrating difficulty: calibration is everything. You want discomfort that is noticeable but not overwhelming. Use the 4 to 7 rule. If your fear is lower than 4 out of 10, increase the challenge slightly. If it is higher than 7, step down a rung. Your nervous system should feel activated yet capable. This preserves momentum and prevents burnout. How to put this into play: follow these steps to build your ladder and your weekly practice. 1. Choose your focus domain. Pick one arena where confidence would change your outcomes in the next 60 to 90 days. Examples: team meetings, networking, sales conversations, dating, or creative sharing. Write one goal statement, for example, I want to be the person who speaks up early with clear opinions in weekly planning. 2. Take a baseline snapshot. Note your current patterns. When do you stay quiet? When do you avoid asking? What sensations show up? Rate your current comfort in the domain 1 to 10. This is your starting metric. 3. Build a 12-rung ladder. Create 3 rungs in each zone. Make them concrete and context-specific. For example, if your domain is meetings, A Zone 1 rung might be asking one clarifying question. A Zone 2 rung might be stating your preference for agenda order. A Zone 3 rung might be requesting feedback from a senior peer on your brief. A Zone 4 rung might be proposing a decision and summarizing action items. For assign points and rewards, adopt the 1 to 4 point system. Set a weekly target, for example, 18 points. Choose a reward that aligns with your values. Tie rewards to effort, not outcomes. 5. Schedule fear appointments. Block 2 sessions of 30 minutes each week. Decide which rungs you will do in each session. Put them in your calendar with location context, such as Tuesday 12 p.m., cafe line, run 1 Zone 1 and 1 Zone 2 rep. 6. Pre-brief and run the rep before each rep. Prime your body for presence using what you learned in the body-based chapter: long exhale, tall posture, grounded feet, relaxed jaw. Rehearse your words once quietly. Then go. 7. Log with fact. Within 10 minutes write your 4 lines. Keep it short. The log is not a diary. It is your flight recorder. 8. Review and recalibrate weekly. During your weekly review, tally points, note patterns, and adjust. If fear was under 4 all week, move 1 rung up. If you had more than 2 moments above 7, step back down. Edit scripts if needed. 9. Run recovery protocols proactively. After a tough rep, do a 2-minute physiology reset. State a meaning reset line. If appropriate, repair quickly. Then re-enter your day. Real-world application case study 1, Maya, product manager goal: speak up early in cross-functional meetings and influence decisions. Baseline, comfort 3 out of 10. Patterns: waits to speak, over preps, heart rate spikes when interrupted. Ladder. Zone 1, ask one clarifying question per meeting, hold eye contact while listening, share a quick data point once per week. Zone 2, state preference for agenda order, give one concise pro and con for a proposal, offer a sincere compliment to a colleague's idea. Zone 3, ask a senior peer for one improvement suggestion after a meeting, request to own part of a presentation, ask a stakeholder for a 5-minute pre-read of a draft. Zone 4, share her opinion first once per week, propose a time-boxed decision, summarize decisions, and assign owners. Execution: 2 fear appointments weekly, Tuesday and Thursday mornings. Gamification: 20 points per week, target with a Friday reward of a solo coffee and a walk. Results after 6 weeks, comfort 6 out of 10. She logged 108 points. Her fact logs showed that speaking in the first 10 minutes reduced arousal. She received 2 unsolicited positive comments about clarity. She also logged 3 polite no's on asks to own a section. Her meaning reset line: rejection is data, not a diagnosis, kept momentum. By week 6, she proposed an agenda and kept time for the meeting, a strong leadership signal. Case study 2, Theo, freelance designer goal: generate conversations that lead to client leads without feeling sleazy. Baseline, comfort 4 out of 10. Patterns: waits for referrals, avoids initiating chats at events. Ladder. Zone 1, talk to 2 people in a cafe line about their day, ask a barista for a music recommendation, compliment a designer's work on social with one specific detail. Zone 2, at a meetup, ask what project someone is excited about, share his current project in 1 sentence, request a book or podcast recommendation. Zone 3, ask a contact for a 5-minute chat about their design process, offer a free 15-minute review of a landing page, ask a past client for a short testimonial. Zone 4, propose a small paid trial to a warm lead, publish a short case study and invite feedback, host a 20-minute virtual critique with 2 peers. Execution: 3 fear appointments weekly. Points target: 24 points, reward: a new plugin or a long bike ride. Results after 8 weeks, comfort 7 out of 10. Logged 192 points. Secured 2 paid trials from clean asks. 1 prospect said no, which Theo logged without rumination. He learned that framing the ask as a tiny experiment reduced pressure on both sides. His reputation remained intact because he followed the rulebook. His log reflected a shift from self-consciousness to curiosity. Common pitfalls and how to avoid them. Jumping rungs: you leap to zone 4 after 1 good week. Fix: stay at a zone until your arousal averages below 5 for 3 consecutive reps. Manipulative experiments: you engineer awkward situations for others to feel brave yourself. Fix: return to the rulebook, consent, proportion, and respect. Outcome chasing: you judge success by yes or no. Fix, score only for attempts. Write a fact log even when the outcome is a no. Inconsistent logging, you skip logs when it goes poorly. Fix, commit to fact within 10 minutes, especially after tough reps. Comfort creep, you keep repeating easy rungs for points. Fix, require one rung from a higher zone for the week to count. Overscheduling, too many fear appointments drain you. Fix, start with 2 per week and add a third only when you feel stable. Ignoring recovery, you take awkwardness home and replay it. Fix, use a 2-minute physiology reset and a meaning reset line immediately. Outsourcing courage, you depend on apps or scripts to avoid discomfort. Fix, scripts are training wheels. Remove them gradually and own your words. Key takeaways. Courage grows through progressive exposure that respects your nervous system. A visible ladder makes brave behavior simple and repeatable. Ethical rulebooks ensure your experiments build connection, not manipulation. Neutral logging converts experiences into data and learning. Rejection is feedback about fit or timing, not about your worth. Gamified tracking turns practice into a game you can win weekly. Fear appointments beat spontaneous intentions by removing debate. Recovery protocols compress emotional hang time and restore momentum. Calibration prevents overwhelm and keeps the confidence flywheel spinning. Leadership signals are a natural extension of consistent micro-dares. Action items. Choose one focus domain where confidence would measurably help within 90 days. Build a 12-rung ladder with 3 items per zone, write them clearly. Create a simple scorecard, 1 to 4 points per rep, weekly target, and a reward. Schedule 2 fear appointments for the next week with specific rungs. Prepare 2 clean ask scripts that fit your domain, write them verbatim. Print or pin your ethics rulebook where you can see it. Set up a fact logging template on your phone or notebook. Pick a meaning reset line and practice saying it out loud. Share your plan with an accountability partner and send a weekly summary. Do your first 3 reps within the next 48 hours to start momentum. Chapter conclusion. This chapter turned confidence from a concept into a practice. You now have a ladder to climb, a calendar that schedules courage, a scorecard that rewards effort, and a recovery kit that keeps awkwardness from sticking. Most importantly, you have a rulebook that protects your integrity and the dignity of the people you interact with. As the saying goes, courage is not the absence of fear, it is action in spite of it. Your micro-dares prove that truth in small, sustainable steps. In the next chapter, we will turn these social reps into precise, high-impact communication. You will learn how to speak up with authority, make clean asks that move work forward, and set boundaries without apology. The same structure you practiced here will carry forward. You will simply raise the stakes with clarity and care. Speaking up, asking, and setting boundaries with authority. Speaking up, asking, and setting boundaries with authority. Chapter Introduction. By now, you have built momentum through small, deliberate risks and social reps. You have breathed through butterflies, stood your ground, and gathered evidence that you can act before you feel ready. In this chapter, you will turn that inner stability into outward authority. The skill is not volume or bravado. It is clean communication that moves things forward without drama. You will learn how to make requests that get yes or a useful counter. You will learn how to negotiate scope, timing, and compensation without flinching. You will learn how to set boundaries that protect your time and energy while preserving relationships. We will break down language, timing, and structure so you can be direct without being abrasive, and firm without guilt. The problem. Most people do not get what they want because they never actually ask for it. They hint, they hope, or they bury the ask inside paragraphs of context. When they do make an ask, it is vague or open-ended. That invites delay, debate, and disappointment. Even worse, many people undermine their own authority by over-explaining, apologizing too much, or filling silence with nervous chatter. On the other side, boundaries often fail for 2 reasons. First, they are not explicit. Your colleague books meetings outside your focus time, and you resent it, but you never said that time was off limits. Second, boundaries are set once and then not enforced. Someone pushes, you sigh and bend, and the new normal becomes that your no means maybe. Without clean asks and boundaries, you work longer for less impact. You accept low-value requests. You negotiate against yourself. You signal that your time is negotiable and your priorities are optional. The result is burnout, resentment, and a reputation that you are easy to overrun. The solution framework. Authority in communication is not a personality type. It is a structure. Use these 3 frameworks to consistently project clarity and calm. The crisp request. Clear ask. Say exactly what you want in 1 sentence. Rationale. Link the ask to outcomes that matter to the other person. Incentive and impact. State the benefit of a yes or the cost of a no, without threat. Specific timing. Give a realistic deadline or meeting window. Path forward and pre-commit. Define next steps and invite a simple agreement that reduces ghosting. The pace negotiation. Prepare interests and anchors. Know what you care about, what they care about, and your first fair number or scope line. Ask calibrated questions. Use how and what questions to surface constraints and creativity. Create options and trade-offs. Package variables, do not haggle 1 line at a time. Establish commitments. Recap agreements, owners, dates, and a plan if conditions change. The rules boundary. Recognize the pattern. Name what is happening without judgment. Understand the impact. Share the effect on outcomes or workload. Line and limit. State your boundary in simple language. Expectation agreement. Ask for confirmation, not permission. Safeguard with follow-through. Explain what you will do to protect the line if it is crossed. These frameworks scale from hallway conversations to boardroom decisions. They also integrate with the presence work you already practiced. Your breath, posture, and voice are the foundation. Structure is the scaffolding that lets you build. Deep dive. Let us break the frameworks down with nuance, tone, and examples. 1 crisp request. Clear ask. Avoid hedging language like maybe, just, or possibly. Replace softeners with precise verbs. Say, I am requesting, please approve, or can you commit to? Example. Vague, I was thinking it might help if someone reviewed the draft. Clear, please review the draft and send edits by Tuesday at noon. Rationale. Tie your ask to a shared goal. People move faster when they see the why. Example. So that we can finalize the client proposal on time and avoid a rush. Incentive and impact. Incentive is the upside of yes. Impact is the transparent consequence of no. Avoid threats. Present information. Example. A Tuesday edit means we deliver a polished version Wednesday. If we miss Tuesday, we risk slipping the delivery and losing momentum. Specific timing. Give 1 deadline or 2 short windows, not a vague soon. Specific beats urgent when you want reliable follow-through. Example. Are you available for a 10-minute sync today at 2 or tomorrow at 9? Path forward and pre-commit. End with a question that invites a clean yes and a small ownership commitment. Pre-commit language reduces ghosting. Example. Can I put time on your calendar for tomorrow 9? If something blocks you, can you message me by end of day today? Put it together. Example script. Please approve the budget line for an additional analyst this quarter. This allows us to hit the reporting deadline and avoid overtime. If we do not address capacity now, we will slip on the board deliverable. Can you confirm by Friday at 3? If that timing does not work, what is the earliest you can decide? 2 pace negotiation. Prepare interests and anchors. Before the meeting, list your top 3 interests. Prepare a fair anchor. Anchors are first offers or scope lines that set a reference point. They work best when supported by reasoning, not bluffing. Example interests. Reasonable workload, clear decision rights, fair compensation. Example anchor. For this scope, the fee is $25,000, which reflects the timeline and senior involvement. Ask calibrated questions. How and what questions reveal constraints without making the other person defensive? Examples. What would make this budget feel like a smart investment for you? How do you want to handle risk if the timeline slips? What does approval require on your side? Create options and trade-offs. Do not bargain only on price. Offer packages that trade scope, speed, and resources. Example. We can do the full analysis in 6 weeks at $25,000, or a lighter version in 4 weeks at $18,000. Which aligns better with your priority? Establish commitments. Authority is the ability to create clear agreements and stick to them. Confirm owners, deadlines, and a plan if things change. Example. Great, we are aligned on the 6-week plan at $25,000. I will send the statement of work today. Can you confirm legal review by Thursday? If that slips, we will start with a kickoff meeting and adapt tasks while contracts finalize. 3 rules boundary. Recognize the pattern. Use neutral observations. Example. I noticed the weekly sync has run over by 20 minutes for the past 3 weeks. Understand the impact. Tie it to outcomes or energy, not your feelings alone. Example. This has pushed my next commitments and affected delivery on other work. Line and limit. Use simple, declarative sentences. Example. I keep a hard stop at 2. I will leave the meeting at that time to reset for the next call. Expectation agreement. Invite a small nod or restatement. Example. Can we agree to end at 1:55? If we have open items, we will schedule a follow-up. Safeguard with follow-through. Explain what you will do next time without threat. Example. If we hit 1:55, I will summarize and leave. I will follow up with action items in writing. Tone matters. Keep your voice steady, your pace slightly slower than usual, and your pauses intentional. Confident silence signals that your words are considered and complete. State your ask, then wait. Most people talk themselves out of authority by filling the quiet with caveats. Implementation strategy. Turn the frameworks into reflexes with the following plan. Build a crisp template. Write a 1-paragraph request template with placeholders for clear ask, rationale, incentive and impact, specific timing, path forward and pre-commit. Save it in your Notes app and email drafts. Use it for 1 real request each day for 2 weeks. Practice confident silence. Use a timer to rehearse delivering a 1-sentence ask, then pause for 4 seconds. Count 1, 2, 3, 4 in your head. The pause creates space for others to respond. Create a negotiation brief. Before any negotiation, fill a 1-page brief with your interests, their likely interests, your anchor, your floor, 3 calibrated questions, and 2 option packages. Run a short rehearsal with a peer. Ask them to push back on price, timing, and scope. Establish boundary hygiene. Identify 3 porous boundary patterns in your week. Examples include unplanned chat pings, after-hours emails, or long meetings. For each, write a rules script. Set a reminder to deliver it the next time the pattern occurs. Use pre-commit language. Add pre-commit phrases to your defaults. For example, if I send the draft by noon, can you confirm review by end of day? If we slip past Tuesday, can we agree to move the launch date by 2 days? Follow up without apology. Create a follow-up cadence. Day 0 confirmation. Day 2 polite nudge with value reminder. Day 5 escalation to next step. Use short messages. Still good to move forward on X? If not, I will assume we pause and reallocate time. Track outcomes. Use a simple table with columns for request, yes or no, time to response, and what you learned. Building on your social experiment tracking, this turns communication into data. Patterns will reveal which phrases land with your stakeholders and where your tone shifts under stress. Real-world application. Here are plug-and-play scripts for common situations. Adapt the words to your voice. 1. Asking for resources. Context. You need an extra developer for a critical milestone. Script. I am requesting 1 additional developer for the next 2 sprints. This keeps the release on schedule and avoids overtime costs. If we cannot add capacity, we will miss the integration deadline and delay the customer launch. Can you confirm allocation by Friday at noon? If Friday is not feasible, what is the earliest date we can secure support? 2. Negotiating scope. Context. A client keeps adding tasks without adjusting budget or timeline. Script. I want to realign on scope. The current list includes A, B, and C. The new requests add D and E. To deliver all 5 by the original date, we need either an extended timeline or an increased budget. Option 1, keep budget as is and deliver A to C by the deadline, then schedule D and E next. Option 2, increase the budget by 20% and extend by 1 week to deliver all 5. Which option best fits your priority? If neither works, what do you want to remove to protect the deadline? 3. Negotiating compensation. Context. You are discussing an offer. Script. I am excited about the role and the team. Based on the scope and my experience leading similar initiatives, a base of 140 aligns with market and impact. How close can we get to that number? If base is constrained, we can create a package that also adjusts bonus and a sign-on to make the total compensation work. For declining a low-value request. Context. A colleague invites you to a meeting that does not require your input. Scripture: thanks for the invite. I am protecting a design block at that time to hit our deliverable. I will pass on this meeting. If you need a decision from me, send 3 bullets and I will reply by end of day. 5. Resetting norms with a colleague. Context. A teammate messages late at night and expects immediate replies. Script. I saw your messages at 11 p.m. I do not respond after 6 to protect downtime and create better work the next day. If something is urgent after 6, please mark it urgent and text me. Otherwise, I will reply the next morning. 6. Handling pushback. Context. Your manager says there is no budget for the resource you requested. Script. What would make this investment feel necessary to you? If the budget is fixed, how do you want to handle the risk to the deadline? We can reduce scope, adjust timeline, or accept the risk and communicate it to stakeholders. Which path aligns with your priorities? 7. Resetting a meeting that runs over. Context. Weekly sync always overruns. Script. We have gone over by 20 minutes for the last 3 sessions. That pushes work and creates churn. I keep a hard stop at 2. I will end at 1:55 going forward. Can we agree to summarize at 1:50 and schedule a follow-up if needed? 8. Following up after silence. Context. Your counterpart has not replied. Scripture: checking in on the budget approval for X. If we confirm by noon tomorrow, we keep the timeline. If not, I will reallocate the team and propose a new date. Can you reply with yes, no, or a later date that works? Notice that each script keeps sentences short, centers shared outcomes, and ends with a clear next step. The tone is respectful. The lines are firm. Common pitfalls. Avoid these traps as you build your authority. Vague asks. If your request cannot be read in one sentence, it is not clear. Tighten it. Apology padding. Sorry to bother you, just following up, might you possibly? Remove them. They diminish your ask. False urgency. Everything cannot be urgent. Overusing red flags leads people to ignore you. Aggressive tone. Being firm does not require threats or sarcasm. Authority is calm and specific. No options. Do not present a problem without paths. Offer 2 or 3 workable options. Talking past the close. After you ask, stop. Let the other person respond. Boundary amnesia. You set a line then break it yourself. People mirror your behavior. Hold your line. Ignoring power dynamics. Tailor your framing to the other person's incentives and constraints. No pre-commit. Without a simple yes, no, or when, threads drift. Ask for a specific confirmation. No follow-through. One-off bravado fades. Calm, consistent follow-up builds your reputation. Key takeaways. Authority is structure, tone, and confident silence, not volume. Crisp requests increase compliance by being specific and time-bound. Negotiation is collaborative problem-solving. Prepare interests and anchors, ask calibrated questions, trade variables, and lock commitments. Boundaries protect priorities and relationships when enforced with calm consistency. Pre-commit language reduces ghosting and backsliding. Follow-up is a service. It keeps projects moving and clarifies reality. Scripts are training wheels. Principles make you adaptable across contexts. Respect grows when you balance empathy with firm lines. Action items. Draft a crisp request for a real need this week. Deliver it within 24 hours. Before your next negotiation, build a one-page pace brief with anchors, questions, and options. Identify 2 porous boundaries. Write a rules script for each and schedule the conversation. Practice the 4-second pause after your ask with a peer. Get feedback on tone and pace. Add 2 pre-commit phrases to your email templates and chat messages. Create a follow-up cadence for one important thread. Schedule reminders on day 2 and day 5. Log outcomes for 10 requests in the next month. Review patterns and refine your language. Share one script from this chapter with a colleague. Teach it to them to reinforce your own skill. Chapter conclusion. Speaking up with authority does not require you to become someone else. It asks you to be more precise, more intentional, and more consistent. With crisp requests, pace negotiation, and rules boundaries, you reduce friction, protect your focus, and build a reputation that your words carry weight. This chapter builds on your social experiments by giving you advanced reps that move real work forward. In the next chapter, you will take these communication muscles into high-stakes arenas. We will prepare you for presentations, interviews, sales conversations, and live question sessions. You will learn how to stabilize your physiology, structure your content, and handle objections under pressure so that your authority scales when the room gets bigger. High-stakes performance, presentations, interviews, sales, and Q&A. High-stakes performance, presentations, interviews, sales, and Q&A. Chapter Introduction. You do not rise to the occasion. You fall to the level of your preparation and your ability to stay present. High-pressure moments are not a test of your worth. They are an environment that rewards clarity, regulation, and repeatable habits. In the last chapter, you learned how to speak up and hold boundaries with clean language and calm authority. Now you will take that composure into rooms where the stakes feel heavier, where attention is scarce, and where uncertainty can rattle even seasoned performers. This chapter gives you a practical, end-to-end playbook for presentations, interviews, sales conversations, and live Q&A. You will build a pre-performance routine that stabilizes your physiology and focus. You will learn content structures that make your ideas digestible, even when time gets cut or questions get sharp. You will practice objection handling and improvisation tactics that keep you centered. You will stress test your delivery with deliberate failure drills so real-world surprises become familiar and manageable. By the end, you will view these moments as training grounds that build your confidence rather than drains that erode it. The problem: pressure compresses attention. Under stress, your working memory narrows, your breathing climbs, and your self-monitoring gets loud. That cocktail invites the classic derailers. You race your words. You over-explain. You cling to slides or scripts. You avoid eye contact. You get defensive when challenged. You forget your key points and wander. When the clock is cut, you cram instead of prioritizing. When technology wobbles, your composure goes with it. The deeper problem is not fear. It is a lack of systems. Most people treat high-stakes moments as special events rather than repeatable skills. They prepare content without preparing state. They rehearse in safe conditions, then expect to perform in a noisy room with a finicky projector and an impatient stakeholder. They hope to handle objections but have no architecture for it. They trust memory to sequence ideas instead of using a clear, editable spine. Without systems, the same patterns repeat, and each stumble quietly taxes your confidence. The solution framework. You will install 3 layers that work together under pressure. State control, before and during. You will run a pre-performance routine that lowers arousal, widens attention, and calibrates voice and posture. You will also use in-the-moment resets that bring you back when nerves spike. Structure first, slides second. You will organize your ideas with modular architectures that can compress or expand on command. For talks and pitches, you will use the 4P arc: problem, promise, proof, path. For interviews, you will use CAR: challenge, action, result, with the headline first. For sales conversations, you will use discover, diagnose, design, decide. For Q&A, you will use pace, pause, acknowledge, clarify, execute. Stress inoculation. You will rehearse with constraints, interruptions, tech failures, and hostile questions. You will craft cut scripts that preserve your core message under time cuts. You will debrief after every rep to refine the next one. This converts adrenaline into learning instead of self-criticism. When you combine state control, structure, and stress inoculation, your cognitive load drops. You free up bandwidth to read the room, adapt, and sound like yourself. Deep dive. State control. Your body is the first instrument people perceive. Building on the chapter on body-based presence, here is a pre-performance routine that takes 5 minutes. Ground. Plant both feet at hip width. Feel your weight in your heels and big toes. Unlock your knees. Let your shoulders drop. Breathe. Practice 3 rounds of box breathing. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, exhale for 4, hold for 4. Then switch to a light, slow breath through the nose for 1 minute. Release. Shake your hands loosely. Roll your shoulders. Stretch your jaw by gently opening and closing. Hum a low note to warm vocal cords. Set intentions. Whisper 3 short prompts. Audience first. 1 idea per breath. Curiosity in Q&A. Visualize. See the first minute of your talk or answer. See the first slide, the first sentence, the first pause. Then see one interruption and you smiling, pausing, and handling it cleanly. During delivery, use micro resets. Plant your feet when you feel a rush. Place your tongue softly on the roof of your mouth to relax your throat. If you need to buy time, sip water, paraphrase the question, or summarize where you are before moving on. These small moves keep your biology from hijacking your brain. Structure first. For presentations and pitches, use the 4P arc. Problem. Name the pain with specific evidence. Make it their problem, not your agenda. Example, our customer churn has doubled in the last quarter, mostly among small accounts. Promise. State the outcome you will create or the decision you will enable. Example, in 10 minutes you will see a plan that reduces churn by 20% within 1 quarter. Prove. Share 2 to 3 pieces of supporting evidence, case studies, numbers, or prototypes. Keep each proof tight and visual. Path. Lay out the steps, owners, and timing. Include costs and trade-offs in plain language. This arc is modular. If time is cut, you keep problem and promise in one proof, then summarize the path. For interviews, use CAR with a headline first. Start with a one-sentence headline that matches the question. Then give the challenge, action, and result with specifics. Headline. I led a cross-functional project that cut onboarding time by half. Challenge. Onboarding took 10 days and caused early churn. Action. I mapped the process, removed 2 approvals, and built a short tutorial. Result. Onboarding dropped to 5 days and customer satisfaction rose. For sales conversations, use the discover, diagnose, design, decide flow. Discover. Ask open questions to understand goals, constraints, and context. Diagnose. Reflect back their problems and quantify them with their numbers. Design. CO create options and show trade-offs. Decide. Agree on next steps with dates and owners. This keeps the conversation collaborative and protects you from pitching too early. For Q&A, use PACE. Pause to breathe and buy a second for clarity. Acknowledge the question and the emotion behind it. Clarify the scope if needed. Execute your answer in 1 to 3 steps, then check for completion. Example, that is a valid concern. To clarify, are you asking about timeline risk or budget risk? Great. There are 2 parts. First, we built a buffer into the long lead items. Second, we can reduce scope if early signals show slippage. Slide design. Slides are visual support for your spoken message, not a document to be read. Use these principles. 1 idea per slide. If you have 3 points, make 3 slides. Your audience processes visuals faster than text. Big text, high contrast. Minimum 32-point font. Dark text on light background or the reverse. Generous with e-space. Show, do not tell. Use charts, photos, and simple diagrams. Replace sentences with labels. Signpost. Use headers that state the point, not the topic. Instead of revenue update, say revenue grew 10% this quarter. Speaker notes, not slide notes. Put details in speaker notes or a leave behind document. Do not cram. Objection handling. Objections are not attacks. They are information about gaps in understanding or trust. Use lead. Listen. Do not interrupt. Let the person finish. Empathize. Name the concern without agreeing or disagreeing. I can see why that would feel risky. Ask. Clarify the route. Is the concern the upfront cost or the time to value? Deliver. Answer with specifics, trade-offs, or next steps. If you do not know, say so and commit to a follow-up time. When emotions run hot, separate positions from interests. The position is what they say. The interest is what they need. A hostile question, are you hiding the downside, might mask an interest in transparency. You can respond, you deserve a full picture. Here are the 3 real risks and how we would mitigate each. Improvisation tactics. Preparation buys you freedom. Improvisation is not winging it. It is responsive structure. Paraphrase to buy time. Let me make sure I have this right. You are asking whether we can deliver by the end of June given the dependency on vendor X. Chunk answers. Answer in 2 or 3 parts. It signals organization and helps you stop. Bridge back to your message. After answering, connect to your main point. Which is why the phased approach matters. Externalize thinking. If you need a moment, think out loud. There are 2 ways to look at that. From a cost view and from a risk view. Deliberate failure drills. You learn faster when you practice failure on purpose. Design drills that simulate common disruptions. No slide drill. Deliver your talk with no slides. Use a whiteboard or only your structure notes. Tech collapse drill. Start your pitch, then have a friend cut the screen and announce a projector issue. Continue for 2 minutes with no visuals. Time cut drill. Rehearse your talk, then halfway in, have someone say you have 3 minutes left. Land your promise and path. Hostile question drill. Have a colleague prepare 5 sharp questions. Practice pace and lead without defensiveness. Blank mind drill. Practice your opening, then stop for 10 seconds as if you blanked. Resume using your notes as a gentle guide. Each drill rewires your nervous system. When it happens live, your brain says, I have seen this. I know what to do. Implementation strategy. Step 1. Define outcomes and constraints. Who is the audience, what do they care about, and what decision do you want them to make? How much time do you have, what tech will you use, and how interactive is expected? Step 2. Draft structure, not slides. Choose the architecture. 4P for a talk or pitch, CAR with headline for interviews, discover to decide for sales. Write your headlines for each section on a single page. Keep each headline as a sentence that states the point. Step 3. Build visuals that serve the structure. Create slides only for ideas that benefit from a visual. Use charts for trends, photos for context, and diagrams for processes. Add signpost headers that reflect your headlines. Step 4. Script open and close. Write your first sentence, your one-line promise, and your last sentence. Memorize these. The open and close are your anchors. Step 5. Run the pre-performance routine. Ground, breathe, release, set intentions, and visualize the first minute and 1 interruption. Step 6. Rehearse with constraints. Do 1 clean run. Then do at least 2 failure drills. Record yourself for short segments, especially the open and Q&A. Step 7. Prepare Q&A. Write 10 likely questions and your 2-line answers. Include 1 pricing or budget question, 1 risk question, and 1 curveball. Prepare a parking lot slide for deep dives you cannot cover now. Offer to send a detailed follow-up. Step 8. Execute pace and lead live. Use pauses, acknowledgements, clarifications, and short, structured answers. When objections come, listen, empathize, ask, and deliver without defensiveness. Step 9. Debrief immediately. Use a simple after-action review. What was supposed to happen, what actually happened, what surprised you, what will you change next time? Capture wins as evidence for your confidence flywheel. 1 sentence, what did you do well, and how can you repeat it? Real-world application. Case 1, board update with a time cut. A product leader prepared a 20-minute update for the board using the 4P arc 5 minutes before start, the chair said, you have 8 minutes. She kept her problem and promise intact, cut down to 1 proof slide that showed cohort retention, and summarized the path as 3 steps with owners. She used a time cut drill in rehearsal, so the pivot felt familiar. The board asked focused questions about the proof. The update landed, and the leader earned trust because she honored the clock and the decision at hand. Case 2, behavioral interview curveball. A candidate who had practiced CAR with headlines got a question about a failure that had public fallout. He led with the headline, I owned a flawed launch that taught me to build earlier customer feedback loops. He described the challenge, a rushed timeline, the action, a closed beta and weekly feedback calls, and the result, lower post-launch defects and a new policy adopted across teams. The interviewer saw accountability and learning, not defensiveness. The candidate later said the headline-first tactic kept him from rambling. Case 3, pricing objection in a sales call. A consultant heard, your price is too high. She used lead. She listened without interrupting, empathized, I can see why pricing matters with your current budget squeeze. Asked, is the concern upfront cash or total cost over the quarter? And delivered, we can stage the work in 2 phases to match your cash cycles, or reduce scope to hit the number. Which aligns better with your goals? The client chose staging. The deal closed without a discount. Common pitfalls. Starting with slides instead of structure. You end up with beautiful visuals and no spine. Draft headlines first. Long warm-ups. Do not spend 5 minutes thanking people or summarizing your resume. Open with a clear promise. Talking faster under stress. Speed erodes presence. Use planned pauses and breathe through your nose for steadiness. Ignoring the room. Watch faces, not just your screen. Adjust examples if people look lost or bored. Defensiveness in Q&A. When challenged, you lean forward and speed up. Instead, lean back slightly, lower your tone, and use pace. Cramming too much. More content does not equal more impact. 1 idea per slide and 3 points per proof. No rehearsal with constraints. Practicing only in ideal conditions creates brittle confidence. Run failure drills. No debrief. You chalk it up as good or bad and move on. Capture specifics, both wins and improvements, to feed your confidence flywheel. Key takeaways. Your biology sets your baseline in high-stakes rooms. A short pre-performance routine creates a reliable state. Simple, audience-first structures reduce cognitive load and increase agility under stress. Slides are visual support, not a script. 1 idea per slide with clear signpost headers. Objection handling is empathy plus structure. Lead turns tension into collaboration. Q&A is an opportunity to show your range. Pace keeps your answers concise and calm. Deliberate failure drills transform surprises from threats into familiar scenarios. Time cuts are inevitable. Cut scripts preserve your core message and credibility. Rigor in debriefs converts experience into repeatable skill and protects your confidence. Action items. Build your pre-performance playlist. Create a 3 to 5 minute routine that you can run anywhere. Write it on a note card. Draft a reusable opening. Write and memorize the first sentence and promise line for your next 3 talks or pitches. Create a slide kit. Build a set of modular slides, problem, proof, and path templates that you can assemble quickly. Write 10 Q&A cards. List likely questions and 2-line answers. Keep them in your prep folder. Schedule 2 failure drills. For your next big moment, plan a no-slide run and a time-cut run. Set a debrief template. Prepare 3 questions you will answer within 1 hour after any performance. Save them in your notes app. Recruit a practice partner. Ask a colleague to throw 2 hostile questions each rehearsal so pace and lead become automatic. Record your open. Film the first minute of your talk. Watch for pace, pauses, and clarity. Adjust and refilm until it feels grounded. Chapter conclusion. High-stakes performance is a discipline. It is not about a perfect personality. It is about systems that make presence and clarity the default, even when the room crackles. You now have a routine to steady your body, a set of structures to organize your ideas, and drills that turn surprises into familiar territory. You also have a debrief practice that keeps your confidence growing through evidence, not bravado. In the next chapter, you will take this momentum into decision-making and learning. You will install rituals that reduce hesitation, request, and metabolize feedback at speed, and convert failure into fuel for growth. With state control, structure, and stress inoculation already in place, you will layer decisiveness and learning loops on top, so each high-pressure rep compounds your capability and your identity as a dangerously confident operator. Decisiveness, feedback, and failure as fuel. Decisiveness, feedback, and failure as fuel. Chapter Introduction. If confidence were a sport, decisiveness would be your conditioning, feedback your coaching, and failure your practice field. You already learned to regulate your body and voice in high-stakes environments and to shape your self-talk when pressure climbs. Now you will install the systems that keep you moving when information is incomplete, opinions clash, and outcomes are uncertain. In this chapter, you will learn to separate one-way from two-way decisions so you stop over-investing in choices you can easily unwind. You will build time boxes and heuristics that guard speed without sacrificing judgment. You will turn feedback into a training signal instead of a threat by asking for it well and metabolizing it quickly. You will operationalize failure through risk budgets, learning quotas, and narrative resets that keep your identity intact while you swing. The result is a decisive, anti-fragile operator who learns faster than peers and stays composed when the ground shifts. The problem: hesitation is expensive. Every hour you stall on a reversible choice drains attention that could be used to build, sell, or practice. Overthinking looks diligent on the surface. Underneath, it is fear protecting reputation at the cost of momentum. With incomplete information, your brain defaults to what is safe, which usually means wait and gather more data. Weeks pass, windows close, and confidence quietly erodes. Feedback is tricky because it arrives wrapped in emotion, tones, and power dynamics. Many people either avoid it entirely, defend against it, or overcorrect based on the loudest voice. Without a system, you either protect your ego by dismissing feedback, or you trade your judgment for someone else's. Both paths slow growth. Failure carries cultural and personal baggage. Setbacks can feel like verdicts about your worth, especially if your identity is fused to performance. Shame then turns a simple miss into a spiral. You withdraw, play smaller, or grind with anxiety. Without rituals that convert failure into learning, pain is wasted. The solution framework: you will install a 3-part operating system that compounds decisiveness and learning. Decision design. Classify decisions as one-way door or two-way door. One-way door means hard to reverse, high stakes, and costly to unwind. Two-way door means reversible, low to moderate stakes, and cheap to test. Move fast on two-way doors using time boxes and satisficing thresholds. Move deliberately on one-way doors with bias checks and contingency planning. Feedback metabolism. Shift feedback from threat to training signal. Pre-frame conversations to invite candor. Scope feedback requests with specific prompts. Process what you hear through filters that separate fact from style and trend from one-off. Debrief deliberately so lessons are banked. Failure as fuel. Normalize misses with risk budgets and learning quotas. Use narrative resets and identity anchoring to prevent shame spirals. Create templates for quick after-action reviews so each attempt increases your future odds. Your self-worth remains steady while your skills iterate. Deep dive decision design. Jeff Bezos popularized the two-door mental model. Two-way doors are choices you can walk through, look around, and come back. One-way doors are commitments that are expensive to reverse. Most daily decisions are two-way doors. That means you can safely increase speed with guardrails. 2 key tools preserve speed. Time boxes. Decide in a fixed block of time, then execute. For example, you give yourself 20 minutes to choose a headline from 3 options, 24 hours to test, then you review results. Time boxes prevent decisions from expanding to fill all available attention. Satisficing thresholds. Decide what good enough looks like before you start. A common rule used by many leaders is, decide with roughly 70% of the information you wish you had. Waiting for 90% often makes you slow. Define your threshold, make the call, and commit to iterate. For one-way doors, add bias checks and redundancy. Outside and inside views. The inside view is your story about this decision. The outside view is the base rate. Ask, how do outcomes typically play out for others in similar situations? If you are joining a partnership, look up common failure modes and timelines. Adjust your optimism accordingly. Pre-mortem. Before you decide, imagine it failed. List 3 plausible reasons why. Add countermeasures. If you cannot mitigate, reconsider. 2 backups. Identify 1 alternative plan and 1 early warning indicator that tells you to switch. Feedback metabolism. Feedback becomes leverage when it is requested, scoped, and debriefed. You will run 3 practices. Pre-framing. Before you present work or run a meeting, tell your reviewers how to help you. Example, I am at version 1, I want 3 concrete suggestions that would improve clarity for the target audience, and 2 examples of parts that already work. This reduces vague opinion and increases useful data. Specific prompts. Ask for observations, not verdicts on identity. Use 3 prompts. What worked? What would you improve? What would you try next? Keep it to behavior and output. If someone says, you are not strategic, ask, what specifically made you feel that, and what would you want to see instead? Filters. Not all feedback deserves equal weight. Run SIFT. Source, do I respect this person's judgment in this domain? Intent, are they trying to help me improve or protect themselves? Facts, what objective details did they observe? Trends, is this a pattern across people and time? You will act on feedback that passes sift and appears in trends. Build a debrief habit. A meta-analysis on team debriefs has found consistent performance improvements between 20 and 25% when teams routinely review what happened and why. You can capture that compounding by scheduling quick after-action reviews. Failure as fuel. If your identity is fused to outcomes, every miss becomes a personal threat. Decisiveness dies and learning slows. You will introduce 3 structures that protect identity while you take smart risks. Risk budgets. Decide how much you are willing to risk in a given period in time, money, and reputation. By making the budget explicit, you avoid either reckless bets or zero-risk stagnation. Example, in the next quarter, I will spend $500 testing ads and I accept that half might be wasted as tuition. Learning quotas. Instead of only counting wins, count experiments and lessons. Example, 3 cold outreach experiments per week with 1 insight logged from each. The quota keeps you focused on process and discovery rather than immediate approval. Narrative resets. After a miss, your brain will generate a meaning. Choose it. Use a 3-line script. Event, 1 sentence of what happened. Meaning, 1 constructive interpretation you select. Next move, 1 action within 24 hours. For example, event, client declined the proposal. Meaning, scope did not match their risk tolerance and I learned which objections matter. Next move, send a revised scope with a smaller pilot by tomorrow. Identity anchoring. You are not your outcomes. You are the person who chooses a process and runs it with integrity. To anchor identity, define 3 identity statements tied to values and behavior. For example, I am a learner who tests ideas quickly. I am a professional who keeps promises. I am a builder who turns feedback into upgrades. Keep these visible. They become the background against which you evaluate wins and losses. Performance fluctuates. Identity stays stable. Implementation strategy. Step 1. Label your week's decisions for 7 days. List every meaningful decision you make in work and life. Add 3 columns. Reversibility. 2-way or 1-way. Stakes. Low, medium, high. Time spent deciding. Minutes or hours. At the end, tally how many decisions were 2-way and how much time you spent on them. Most people discover a large portion are reversible and overconsidered. This awareness primes you for speed. Step 2. Set decision speed rules. Create 2 rules for 2-way doors. Default time box. Choose a standard. For small choices, 10 minutes. For moderate choices, 45 minutes. Use a timer. When it ends, decide and execute. Satisficing threshold. Choose your standard. For example, decide when you have 60 to 75% of the info you want. Document your threshold so you do not raise the bar mid-decision. Create 2 rules for 1-way doors. Bias checks. Always apply outside view and pre-mortem for 1-way doors over medium stakes. Redundancy. Identify 1 backup plan and 1 early warning indicator. Step 3. Create a 1-page decision card. Print or pin a card with these prompts. Door type. 2-way or 1-way. Time box. Start and end time. Threshold. What does good enough look like? Outside view. Base rate. Pre-mortem, 3 reasons for failure and countermeasures. Backup and early warning. Use this for any decision that feels sticky. The act of writing reduces rumination. Step 4. Install feedback rituals. Adopt a pre-framing script and a post-review debrief. Before sharing work, say, I am looking for 3 concrete suggestions to make this clearer for target audience. Please avoid generalities. What worked? What to improve? What to try next? After receiving feedback, run SIFT. Then schedule a 10-minute debrief with yourself using the template. What did I intend? What happened? Why? What will I change next time? Choose 2 recurring moments each week for feedback, such as 1 client review and 1 peer review. Keep a feedback log where you list the suggestion, your decision, and the result. Step 5. Set your risk budget and learning quota. Define budgets for a month. Time budget. Hours you will spend on experiments. Money budget. Dollars you are willing to invest and potentially lose as tuition. Reputation budget. Low-risk moves you will make that could invite rejection, like 10 bold asks. Define your learning quota. Experiments per week. For example, 3 AORB tests on headlines. Lessons per week. For example, 3 insights logged with evidence. Step 6. Build the narrative reset habit. Create a 3-line reset card and keep it in your notes. Event. Meaning. Next move within 24 hours. Every miss triggers a reset. You are training your brain to close loops quickly. Step 7. Protect your identity. Write 3 identity statements tied to behavior, not outcomes. Put them where you plan and review daily. When a decision goes wrong or feedback stings, read these first to stabilize. Real-world application. Case 1. Product manager cutting cycle time. Maya led a team building a new onboarding flow. Every copy choice and button color became a debate. Decisions stretched across meetings. She ran the decision labeling exercise and found 80% of choices were reversible. She installed a 30-minute time box for small choices and a 48-hour test window. The team adopted a satisficing threshold of 70% information. For one-way decisions, like data model changes, they ran a pre-mortem and identified a rollback plan. Within 2 sprints, cycle time to release minor changes dropped by 40%. Stakeholders noticed momentum. Confidence rose because the team experienced fast feedback and saw reversals were cheap when needed. Case 2. Freelancer transforming feedback into upgrades. Luis, a designer, dreaded client feedback. He either defended his choices or capitulated to every comment. He implemented pre-framing. At kickoff, he told clients, "I will share versions early. Please give 3 specifics that improve clarity for the intended user. What worked, what to improve, and what to try next." He filtered feedback with SIFT and ignored general taste notes that did not reflect end-user outcomes. He ran a 15-minute debrief after each review. Within 2 months, clients praised his responsiveness and process. He shipped faster and raised rates because he could predictably incorporate feedback without drama. Case 3. Founder using risk budgets and learning quotas. Aisha wanted to validate a new service. She set a 1-month risk budget, 15 hours per week, $600 for ads and software, and 10 bold asks to potential partners. Her learning quota was 3 experiments per week, each with a 1-paragraph insight. She used narrative resets after rejections. Event. Partner declined collaboration. Meaning, timing was off and the ask was heavy. Next move. Send a lighter ask for a CO-hosted workshop within 24 hours. By the end of the month, she did not have a blockbuster launch. She did have 3 repeatable channels and 2 refined offers. Confidence was high because she saw clear evidence that her behaviors produced learning and options. Common pitfalls. Treating every decision as a one-way door. If you classify everything as irreversible, you will paralyze yourself. Ask, what would it cost in time and money to reverse? Be honest. Abusing time boxes. If your time boxes are too aggressive for the stakes, you will cut corners. Calibrate with reality and increase gradually. Using feedback to please rather than improve. Not every suggestion should be implemented. If you ignore SIFT and trends, you will lose your taste and judgment. Skipping debriefs. You will be busy. The temptation is to move on. Debriefs are where growth is banked. Put them on your calendar. 0 or infinite risk budgets. If your risk budget is 0, you will not move. If it is infinite, you may blow yourself up. Set budgets that stretch you without breaking you. Shame spirals. If you do not use narrative resets, a miss can turn into a story about your identity. Do not let your brain free write. Script the meaning and the next move. Ignoring base rates. If you rely only on your gut, you may repeat common mistakes. Always consult the outside view for one-way doors. Key takeaways. Most decisions are reversible. Speed is safe when you install time boxes and satisficing thresholds. One-way doors deserve bias checks. Use outside views, pre-mortems, and backups. Feedback becomes leverage when you pre-frame, ask for specifics, and filter with SIFT. Debriefs convert experience into skill. Schedule them and keep them short. Failure is information. Risk budgets and learning quotas normalize misses and keep you moving. Language creates residue. Use narrative resets to choose meaning and prevent shame spirals. Identity is separate from performance. Anchor to values and behavior to stay bold under volatility. Decisiveness compounds credibility and opens options that are invisible to hesitant peers. Action items. This week, label decisions. Track reversibility, stakes, and time spent. Share the tally with a peer to create accountability. Set your time boxes. Choose default durations for small and medium choices. Post them at your desk or in your Notes app. Write your satisficing rule. Define your percentage of information threshold and stick to it for 2 weeks. Build your decision card. Use it for any decision that has you stuck for more than 20 minutes. Install feedback scripts. Use the pre-framing line on your next 2 deliverables. Log feedback with Sift and choose one change to implement each time. Schedule debriefs. Book 2 15-minute after-action reviews on your calendar this week. Define your risk budget and learning quota. Publish it to a friend or team member. Draft your identity statements and narrative reset card. Read them each morning and use the reset within 24 hours of any miss. Chapter conclusion. Decisiveness, clear feedback metabolism, and failure as fuel turn confidence from a mood into an operating system. Building on what you practiced in high-stakes settings, you now have the structures to move fast without recklessness, to extract signal from noise, and to keep your identity sturdy while you swing. The compound effect is profound. You will make more calls, learn more per unit time, and project a steady presence that attracts trust. In the next chapter, you will convert everything into a 30-day accelerator. You will stack daily drills, weekly sprints, and simple metrics that make decisiveness, feedback, and learning rituals a habit you barely have to think about. This is where your new operating system becomes your default. The 30-Day Confidence Accelerator. The 30-Day Confidence Accelerator. Chapter Introduction. You have built the mindset, mechanics, and skills. Now you will build proof. Confidence compounds when ideas become reps and reps become identity. This chapter turns everything you have learned into a simple machine you can run daily. You will know what to do each morning, how to escalate each week, and how to measure what matters, so results are visible and undeniable. Building on the decisive operating style from decisiveness, feedback, and failure as fuel, you will run a 30-day sprint that blends self-talk rewiring, body-based presence, micro-dares, assertive communication reps, and high-stakes simulations. You will track proof, audit friction, design recovery, and handle misses without shame. By the end, you will exit with a working system that keeps producing confidence long after the 30 days. The problem. Most people try to get confident by waiting for a feeling or a big break. They read, nod, then stall. The gaps are predictable. There is no schedule, so action is sporadic. Challenges spike too fast, so the nervous system flips into avoidance. Progress is not tracked, so wins fade from memory while misses dominate attention. Recovery is random, so momentum frays. When a day is missed, the plan feels broken and the old narrative returns. You do not need more inspiration. You need a structure that reduces friction, specifies what to do, and shows you that your identity is changing in real time. The absence of a system is the real enemy. As Peter Drucker put it, what gets measured gets managed. Confidence is no different. The solution framework. The 30-Day Confidence Accelerator uses a 5-piece framework that stacks small daily wins, escalates them on a reliable schedule, and locks changes into identity. Daily Stack. A short morning presence protocol, a self-talk rewrite, 1 micro-dare, and 1 assertive communication rep. Every day has a minimum viable version for busy days. Weekly sprints. Each week raises difficulty thoughtfully, adds a high-stakes simulation, and culminates with a friction audit and identity integration ritual. Proof tracking. A simple scoreboard records reps, discomfort ratings, outcomes, and recovery minutes. You build a visible proof wall that your past self cannot argue with. Progressive escalation. Challenges climb within your stretch zone, not your panic zone. You go from very low stakes to higher stakes with clear thresholds. Recovery and accountability. 2 active recovery days prevent burnout. You use an accountability partner or community to post weekly metrics and debriefs. This is not about perfection. It is about consistent reps that change what you believe about yourself. Research from University College London found that new habits took an average of 66 days to reach automaticity. You only need 30 days to build momentum and evidence. The framework multiplies those weeks by compressing learning and making progress obvious. Deep dive. 1 daily stack. Presence protocol. You start with 3 minutes to stabilize physiology. Sit or stand tall, inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4, exhale for 6, then hold for 2. Roll shoulders, place feet evenly, soften jaw, and speak 3 slow sentences out loud to warm your voice. This resets stress chemistry and sets an embodied tone. Self-talk rewrite. Identify the most common self-doubt sentence you ran yesterday. Rewrite it into a neutral, testable reframe plus one action. Example: old, I always choke in meetings. New, I get better every meeting, and today I will speak once within the first 5 minutes. You read it aloud twice. Micro dare. A small action that nudges comfort boundaries. These are not acts of recklessness. They are tiny experiments that prove you can act without perfect certainty. Assertive representative: a clear ask, a clean no, or a boundary. You keep it brief, respectful, and specific. 2 weekly sprints. Week 1 is foundation. Week 2 increases volume and difficulty by roughly 20%. Week 3 introduces more visible stakes. Week 4 approaches a culminating performance you define. Each week includes one high-stakes simulation recorded on your phone, then a structured debrief. 3. Proof tracking. You track every rep in a 1-page daily log. Reps completed for each category. Discomfort rating from 1 to 10 before and after. Outcome facts, not stories. Recovery minutes, sleep hours, and physical load. Wins list of 3 small things that went well. You update a proof wall each week with a handful of highlights. A screenshot of a sent email, a selfie after a tough conversation, a calendar invite you initiated, a clip from a recorded simulation. You want artifacts that future you cannot dismiss. 4. Progressive escalation. Use a 3-zone model. Comfort zone feels easy, stretch zone feels activating but manageable, panic zone feels flooded. Calibrate challenges so they sit in the top third of your stretch zone. If your hands shake for a full minute and your voice breaks repeatedly, you likely overshot. If you can do it with 0 tension, you undershot. 5. Recovery and accountability. Recovery is part of performance, not a reward after it. You will have 2 active recovery days that focus on breath, movement, sleep, and reflection. You also choose an accountability partner to exchange weekly metrics in a 5-minute voice note debrief. Community makes consistency easier because humans hate breaking public commitments. Implementation strategy. Before day 1. Choose a culminating performance for day 29 or day 30. Examples: a 5-minute presentation to your team, a mock interview with 3 colleagues, or a live Q&A on your social channel. Pick your accountability partner. Send them the 5-minute plan and agree on weekly check-ins. Print or create your daily log. Create a folder on your phone for proof wall artifacts. Daily routine template. Morning, 3 minutes presence, 2-sentence self-talk rewrite, choose today's micro dare and assertive rep, write them down. Midday, execute micro dare. Workday, execute assertive rep. Evening, update log, note discomfort scores, upload 1 artifact if available, quick reflection. Weekly cadence. Day 7, 14, 21, 28, friction audit for 15 minutes and identity integration ritual for 10 minutes. 7 and 21, active recovery days. Weekly simulation on day 6, 13, 20, 27. 30-day plan. Week 1, foundation and momentum. Day 1, baseline. Record a 30-second selfie stating your goal for the month and why it matters. Presence protocol. Self-talk rewrite. Micro dare, say hello to 5 strangers, simple eye contact and smile. Assertive rep, ask a barista or colleague to adjust one small preference without apology. Log. Day 2, speak once early. In your next group setting, speak within the first 5 minutes, even if it is a clarifying question. Micro dare, ask a friend for a quick call and request a small favor. Assertive rep, reply no to one low priority ask using a clean template, thanks for thinking of me. I cannot take this on right now. Presence and log. Day 3, feedback reframe. Request one specific piece of feedback on recent work. Micro dare, share a brief opinion in a social thread without overthinking. Assertive rep, ask for a deadline extension with a clear reason and new date. Day 4, ask upgrade. Request one minor upgrade, a better table, a closer seat, a late checkout, or a software trial. Micro dare, initiate a short chat in an elevator or line. Assertive rep, set a boundary at home, I need 30 minutes of quiet to finish this, can we talk after? Day 5, story in 2 minutes. Tell a 2-minute story to a colleague or friend that has a clear point. Micro dare, introduce yourself to someone new in your building or office. Assertive rep, ask your manager for clarity on a priority. Day 6, Simulation 1. Record a 3-minute video pitching yourself for a role or summarizing a project. Watch it and complete a debrief: what went well, what was unclear, what to change next time. Micro Dare, post a takeaway on a professional forum. Assertive Rep, ask for one piece of mentoring advice. Day 7, Active Recovery and Audit. Longer breath session, 10 cycles with 6-second exhale. Walk or light movement for 30 minutes. Friction Audit, list 3 moments this week where you hesitated, identify the friction, design a fix for next week. Identity Ritual, write a 1-paragraph note titled Evidence I am becoming the person who acts. Add 2 artifacts to your proof wall. Week 2, raise the bar. Day 8, increase volume. Repeat Day 2, speak early, now twice in a meeting. Micro Dare, ask a thoughtful question at an event. Assertive Rep, propose a new deadline you will own. Day 9, the clean no. Say no to one request that drains you, include a brief alternative or a resource. Micro Dare, share a short idea with a small risk of disagreement. Assertive Rep, ask for a small budget or tool. Day 10, Simulation 2. Record a 5-minute answer to a tough interview question or a product pitch with benefits. Debrief on articulation, pace, and voice. Micro Dare, post the lesson learned with a colleague. Assertive Rep, invite 2 people to a working session you will facilitate. 11. Boundary with warmth. State a preference early in a conversation: for this to work well, I need 10 minutes to outline before we dive in. Micro Dare, make a small ask to a stranger: can you take a photo of me here? Assertive Rep, clarify scope creep with a client or teammate. Day 12, ask for feedback with guardrails. Request feedback with specific constraints: give me 2 things to keep, 1 to change. Micro Dare, share a small win in a public channel. Assertive Rep, negotiate 1 deliverable to better match your capacity. Day 13, Simulation 3. Run a practice Q&A for 5 minutes. Write 5 questions someone might ask and answer them on camera. Debrief. Micro Dare, publish a draft idea to your team for input. Assertive Rep, ask for a future opportunity: I want the next client intro. Day 14, Active Recovery and Audit. Long walk, long exhale breathing, low intensity mobility. Friction Audit, what slowed you, which scripts helped, what to tweak. Identity Ritual, record a 60-second voice note to your accountability partner about the new you and the line you are crossing next week. Week 3, Visible Stakes. Day 15, Volunteer for visibility. Raise your hand for a small but visible role, read the agenda, run a check-in, or demo a feature. Micro Dare, invite a senior colleague for coffee with a clear question. Assertive Rep, communicate a deadline risk early with a new plan. Day 16, the direct ask. Make 1 ask with a clear yes or no: would you be willing to introduce me to X by Friday? Micro Dare, share a strong opinion with data in a team thread. Assertive Rep, set a time boundary for your workday. 17. Peer coaching. Offer help to someone else on a skill you have been practicing. Teaching reinforces identity. Micro Dare, attend a local event solo and meet 2 people. Assertive Rep, request a specific raise of stakes for your role. Day 18, Simulation 4. Deliver a 7-minute presentation on a topic you know well. Use voice warm-up, posture, and clear structure. Debrief with focus on body language and pauses. Micro Dare, share a clip privately with your partner for feedback. Assertive Rep, ask to present a 2-minute update in a real meeting this week. Day 19, Navigate disagreement. Practice a clean disagreement: I see it differently, here is why, what do you think? Micro Dare, try a small renegotiation in daily life. Assertive Rep, reinforce a boundary you set last week. Day 20, Simulation 5. Do a mock negotiation with a friend: 5 minutes to make a case, 2 minutes to counter. Debrief on clarity and calm. Micro Dare, post a short learning thread from this exchange. Assertive Rep, ask for a commitment from a stakeholder. Day 21, Active Recovery and Audit. Longer recovery. Friction Audit, which dares felt panic instead of stretch, correct course. Identity Ritual, write a 1-page memo titled How I Operate Now, include 5 sentences that begin with I am the kind of person who. Week 4, Performance and Consolidation. Day 22, preload the finish. Rehearse your culminating performance outline. Micro dare, share your intent publicly to raise accountability. Assertive rep, ask your manager or peer to attend and provide feedback. 23, bigger audience micro dare. Share a short video tip or idea with a larger group, your team forum or a small social audience. Assertive rep, request the kickoff slot in an upcoming meeting. Day 24, tolerance for silence. In a conversation, practice a one-beat pause before responding. Micro dare, ask a stranger an open question and listen for 2 minutes. Assertive rep, extend an invitation to collaborate. Day 25, dress rehearsal. Run your culminating performance in as close to live conditions as possible. Record it. Debrief and tweak 1 or 2 elements only. Do not overhaul. Day 26, hard ask day. Make the ask you have been avoiding. It could be a role, a raise, a client introduction, or a collaboration. Prep, script, send or say it. Micro dare, post a small commitment publicly. Day 27, Simulation 6. Handle 10 rapid-fire questions on camera for 5 minutes. Debrief. Assertive rep, ask for written feedback using your template, 2 keeps, 1 change. Day 28, Final recovery and audit. Full recovery day. Friction audit, list the top 3 design choices that worked. Identity ritual, assemble your proof wall highlights into a single collage or slide. Day 29, culminating performance. Deliver it. Use your presence protocol, your self-talk rewrite, and your prepared structure. Film if possible. Debrief using the exact same format as simulations. Day 30, integration and next steps. Review your logs. Calculate total reps. Write a letter to yourself dated 90 days in the future. Set 3 commitments for the next month using this same plan with lighter volume. Share a before and after reflection with your partner or community. Real-world application. Case 1, Maya, Product Manager. Maya avoided speaking early in meetings and over-edited emails. She ran the plan with a culminating performance of a 5-minute roadmap presentation. Week 1, she spoke once early in 3 meetings and asked for 1 minor upgrade at a cafe to break people-pleasing. She tracked discomfort before at 7 and after at 4. Week 2, she recorded and debriefed a pitch and asked to run a check-in. Week 3, she requested to present a 2-minute update in the all hands. By day 29, she delivered her 5-minute presentation and handled 4 questions. Her proof wall included screenshots of 3 sent asks, a photo with a senior colleague from coffee, and clips of her simulations. Her manager noted that she now moves decisions forward. Her own reflection said, "I trust myself to move first." Case 2, Devon, Early Career Sales. Devon hated cold calls and avoided direct asks. He set a culminating performance of a mock discovery demo. He used the daily stack and made small social asks in week 1. In week 2, he asked for feedback with guardrails and posted takeaways to the team channel. In week 3, he did mock objections on camera and practiced clean silence. He missed day 16 and day 17 due to travel and used the never miss twice rule. He did the minimum viable version the next day, 1 hello in the lobby and 1 small ask by email. By day 30, he had a library of clips and a spreadsheet with 42 micro dares completed. He reported lower call reluctance and an uptick in booked meetings. Common pitfalls. Overloading early. Jumping to panic zone tasks spikes avoidance. Solution: start smaller than you think, then escalate by about 20% weekly. Skipping proof tracking. Without logs, your brain discounts wins. Solution: make tracking the last checkbox of the day and attach it to an existing habit. Treating recovery as optional. Fatigue masquerades as self-doubt. Solution: schedule recovery days and protect them like an important meeting. Negotiating with yourself. You will invent reasons to postpone dares. Solution: decide the micro dare in the morning and write it down. The rule is, if it is written, it gets done. All thinking, no representatives. Analysis is not action. Solution: keep simulations time boxed and always end with a debrief and 1 tweak. Shame spirals after misses. 1 miss becomes a story about your identity. Solution: never miss twice. Do the minimum version the next day and move on. Unclear escalation. Tasks jump randomly in difficulty. Solution: use the 3-zone model and rate your arousal. Keep it in top stretch. Key takeaways. Structure removes decision friction and turns ambition into reps. Small daily wins change identity faster than occasional big efforts. Tracking creates visible proof and sustains motivation during plateaus. Escalation works best when it is progressive and personalized to your nervous system. Recovery is a performance input, not a luxury. Accountability multiplies consistency by leveraging social commitment. Reflection banks lessons and refines direction. Misses are normal. Rapid recovery beats perfection. Clear metrics make progress undeniable to your old narrative. Action items. Choose your culminating performance and put it on the calendar within the next 48 hours. Invite an accountability partner and agree on weekly check-ins and metric sharing. Print or create your daily log with fields for reps, discomfort, outcomes, recovery, and wins. Set up a proof wall folder on your phone and desktop. Block time daily for 3 minutes of presence protocol and 10 minutes for micro dare and assertive rep. Decide your minimum viable versions for busy days: 1 hello, 1 ask, 1 minute of breath, 1 sentence rewrite. Schedule recovery days on day 7, 14, 21, and 28 with clear activities. Commit to the never miss twice rule and write it at the top of your log. Share your plan with your partner or community today to increase commitment. Chapter conclusion. You built the machine. With this 30-day accelerator, confidence stops being abstract and becomes a set of practices that you can run anytime. The daily stack keeps you grounded and moving. Weekly sprints pull you forward without overwhelming your system. Proof tracking converts each rep into evidence that rewrites identity. Recovery keeps you sharp. Accountability keeps you honest. Debriefs keep you learning. When this sprint ends, your real advantage begins. You will have a scoreboard, a library of artifacts, and a felt sense that you can act without perfect certainty, ask clearly, and carry your presence into higher stakes moments. Keep running the system with lighter volume or larger ambitions. Systems outlast motivation. You now have one that will keep compounding your confidence every week you use it. Conclusion. Claim your dangerous confidence. You have walked a deliberate path from curiosity to capability, from hesitation to heat, and from borrowed courage to earned conviction. You chose to study your mind and your body, you stepped into uncomfortable conversations, and you built evidence one small rep at a time. Pause and let that land. You did not wait for perfect conditions or rely on a mood. You constructed an engine. You learned to move when others stall, to breathe when others freeze, and to reframe fear as a signal that points to growth. That is dangerous confidence. It is not loud for its own sake, it is precise power that stays calm when stakes rise. It is steadfast, ethical, and anti-fragile. If you felt your posture lift, your voice settle, and your decisions sharpen during this journey, it is because you turned concepts into practice. You showed up. That choice is the foundation of every result you will create from here. The journey you have walked. Think back to the earliest pages where confidence was redefined as a trainable system rather than a mysterious trait. You learned that physiology drives psychology, that your nervous system can be guided, and that fear is not a stop sign. You stopped treating doubt like evidence of incapacity. You began treating it like useful data that illuminates the next rep. You mapped your baseline across solo work, social interactions, and high-stakes performances, which revealed context specificity and leverage points. You built a hesitation profile that named your patterns, your triggers, and your preferred avoidance strategies. Once your fog had a shape, you could cut through it. You rewired the language inside your head. You installed catch, challenge, choose so that reflexive criticism no longer ran unchecked. You replaced grand declarations that your brain rejected with believable statements built on evidence bridges. You practiced emotional regulation in tiny daily doses, and you authored a future self script that now pulls you forward with clarity. You brought your body with you. Breath sequences regulated arousal. Posture adjustments signaled authority to you and to others. Vocal warm-ups added resonance that communicates confidence beyond your word choice. You assembled a presence protocol that you can execute before any meeting, call, or stage. You installed a flywheel that turns small action into proof, proof into identity, and identity into bolder action. Prime, act, capture, integrate became your operating rhythm. You learned to keep the loop small, fast, and rewarding. You began celebrating wins as multipliers rather than fluff. You ran friction audits to make progress easier and misses less punishing. You experimented in the real world with micro dares and social challenges. You learned to initiate, to ask, to share your view first, and to log outcomes neutrally. You practiced outcome independence so rejection became data rather than a verdict. You scheduled courage so it no longer depended only on feeling brave. You sharpened assertive communication. You formed clear requests with consequence clarity. You set boundaries without apology. You negotiated in ways that respected relationships and standards. You embraced calm follow-through and professional silence that carries weight. You built resilience for high-stakes moments. You prepared with structure that reduces cognitive load. You used objections as doorways to empathy and clarity. You rehearsed failure drills so tech glitches, hostile questions, and blank moments no longer dominated your nervous system. You debriefed rigorously so adrenaline turned into learning rather than residue. You increased decisiveness. You differentiated reversible from irreversible choices. You installed decision time boxes that end unproductive loops. You requested specific feedback and processed it with filters. You treated failure as fuel, not a scar. You held your identity steady while outcomes moved. You executed a 30-day plan that blended mindset, physiology, and behavior into daily reps and weekly sprints. You tracked proof. You escalated safely. You protected recovery. You saw and felt change because your system made progress visible. What you now know and can do. It is worth naming the core capabilities you now carry so you can deploy them intentionally. You can reframe fear as a data signal that narrows choices and reveals the next courageous action. Regulate your state on demand with breath, posture, and voice, which gives you access to your best thinking. Detect and interrupt overthinking, perfectionism, and comparison loops before they hijack your day. Use catch, challenge, choose to update self-talk with believable language that improves performance. Build evidence bridges that convert identity aspirations into measurable behaviors. Turn micro-wins into identity statements through prime, act, capture, integrate so confidence compounds. Design and run micro-dares that expand your comfort zone while maintaining ethics and respect. Make clear asks, negotiate cleanly, and enforce boundaries without aggression or guilt. Structure presentations, interviews, and pitches for clarity, and handle objections with calm authority. Time box decisions, separate reversible from irreversible choices, and metabolize feedback and failure quickly. Operate a repeatable weekly and daily ritual stack that keeps your progress steady and visible. You also know how to adjust when life gets noisy. You have recovery protocols that return you to baseline, and you have language that shields your identity when outcomes are messy. This is a complete system. The final step is to continue using it until it becomes not only natural, but automatic. How to keep the flywheel spinning. Confidence is maintained the same way it is built, through small, consistent reps that create proof and momentum. You do not need more complexity. You need continuity. Use a simple rhythm to protect the engine you installed. Daily, select one micro-win in each of the 3 pillars you have trained. State, language, and behavior. That might look like a 2-minute breath sequence before your first call, a catch, challenge, choose reset after you notice a negative thought, and one micro-dare that fits your context such as sharing your opinion first in a meeting or sending a courageous ask. Capture the proof on your scorecard. Integrate that proof with a brief identity statement that begins with I am someone who, and make it specific. Keep this entire process under 15 minutes so you can sustain it regardless of schedule. Weekly, run a friction audit and a confidence integration ritual. Use the friction audit to remove one blocker from your environment or schedule. Use the integration ritual to review captured wins, extract lessons, and refresh your challenge ladder. Protect your streaks by using visible cues. A calendar checkmark, a digital tracker, or a simple notebook tally. The key is to make progress easy to see. Monthly, choose one high-stakes simulation or performance that you will prepare for with your full stack. Map the pre-performance routine, structure the content, rehearse failure drills, and request feedback. Post-event, debrief with specificity. What went well, what was marginal, what is the single change that will improve the next outing? Turn that change into a micro-win for the next week. Keep the accountability supports you used during the accelerator. If you had a peer pact, continue it. If you used public commitments, keep them visible. If you had consequence contracts, renew them. These are not crutches. They are force multipliers that reduce choice fatigue and protect momentum. Navigating obstacles with composure. Setbacks are not deviations from your path, they are the substrate that builds anti-fragility. You will encounter days where energy is low, timelines compress, or social dynamics become complex. Expect it. Prepare for it. Use simple protocols to stay composed and moving. When hesitation spikes, return to state control first. Use a 2-minute reset. Inhale through the nose, slow and steady. Exhale longer than you inhale. Keep your spine tall, shoulders back and down, jaw unclenched. Hum gently to add vocal resonance. This small sequence restores agency and reduces threat perception. When perfectionism resurfaces, apply scope rules. Ask, what is the smallest meaningful action I can complete now? If the task feels heavy, split it into a micro step that produces a visible outcome. Capture the win. Then choose whether to continue. This prevents paralysis without sacrificing standards. When you receive criticism, preframe your response. Say thank you, then request specifics. What exactly would you change? What is the first example? What would success look like next time? Log the data without assigning moral meaning. Then run a short debrief to identify a single adjustment. Fold that into your next rep. If a high-stakes moment derails, enact the narrative reset. Tell yourself, this was a data point, not a definition. Name one thing you controlled well, and one thing you will change. Share the adjustment with your accountability partner or with yourself in writing. When the brain sees a change plan, shame loses oxygen. When boundaries are tested, repeat calm enforcement. Restate the agreement, name the consequence, and follow through. If emotions rise, use confident silence. Allow the other person to respond without rushing to fill the space. Your stability communicates authority. If you miss a day or break a streak, recover fast. Do not let a miss become a story about your character. The next rep is the repair. Perform the smallest possible action now. Restart the counter. Celebrate the recovery because that is what constructs durable confidence. Proof that change is possible. Consider 3 scenarios that mirror realities you will face. They illustrate how the system works across different contexts. A product designer felt anxious presenting her ideas to executives, which led to dense slides and rushed speech. She began with state control, performing her presence protocol before each design review. She simplified her content structure so that each slide carried one decisive point supported by a clear visual. She rehearsed failure drills by simulating a projector glitch and practicing her talk with only a whiteboard. Before the next review, she used catch, challenge, choose to reframe her internal narrative from I must not be questioned to I am prepared to explore the best path. During the meeting, an executive interrupted with a tough question. She paused, breathed, and responded with the objection handling structure she learned: acknowledge, clarify, address, and check. The room relaxed. The project moved forward. She captured this proof, then integrated it into her identity statement. I am someone who stays composed when challenged. The next month, she led a larger pitch with the same calm presence. A sales manager struggled with avoidance around making clear asks for resources. Meetings ended with vague commitments and slow follow-through. He studied strong request anatomy and began using the structured ask format with rationale and consequence clarity. He practiced confident silence and used pre-commit language to reduce backsliding. He also ran micro-dares, volunteering to share his opinion first in team settings. In his next quarterly planning session, he made a clean request for additional headcount with options, data, and next steps. Pushback came, and he handled it with fair negotiation language, staying collaborative without retreating. The result was not immediate approval, but it was decisive movement, a follow-up decision date, and new respect. He kept capturing wins and used his weekly friction audit to remove blockers like unclear agendas. Within 2 cycles, he had secured a budget increase, and more important, he felt steady instead of tentative in leadership conversations. A founder faced persistent overthinking around shipping product updates. Decisions lingered and energy drained. She installed decision time boxes and began differentiating 2-way and 1-way doors. Most choices moved to fast mode with guardrails. She set a risk budget for experiments each sprint and a learning quota that required at least 2 tests regardless of the result. Feedback was requested with clear prompts that avoided vague praise or criticism. After a failed launch, she used a narrative reset and conducted a structured debrief. The insights produced a new micro-win, a simplified onboarding flow that shipped within 48 hours. Confidence grew not from success alone, but from speed plus learning. Over the quarter, her team saw a pattern of clean decisions and quick recovery. Investors noticed the momentum, and the culture shifted toward action. These examples show something simple. Dangerous confidence does not require dramatic transformations in one moment. It requires consistent, designed reps that turn discomfort into capacity. You can do this in your role, in your relationships, and in any domain where stakes or visibility increase. Start today with focused moves. Momentum loves specificity. Use the next hour and the next week to lock in your gains and expand your range. Choose a set of immediate moves and execute them with care. In the next hour, run your presence protocol. 2 minutes of breath and posture, and a quick vocal warm-up. Notice the shift. Write 2 believable identity statements using your latest proof. Begin with I am someone who, and make them precise. Select one micro-dare that fits your day. It might be initiating a conversation, asking a clear question in a meeting, or sending a concise follow-up. Draft one structured request you have been avoiding. Clarify the ask, the rationale, the options, and the next steps. Schedule the send. Set a decision time box for a task that has lingered. Choose a window and commit to a good enough choice by the end of it. Create a visible tracker for your daily reps, a calendar mark, a note on your desk, or a digital counter. Make progress tangible. In the next 24 hours, complete the micro-dare you selected. Log the outcome neutrally. Extract one learning and one next action. Send the structured request. If you anticipate pushback, write your calm follow-through language now. Conduct a mini friction audit. Remove one blocker from your environment. That might be a cluttered inbox, unclear recurring meeting agendas, or alerts that create noise. Schedule a high-stakes simulation for the week. It could be a short talk, a mock interview, or a pitch rehearsal with a colleague. Set your risk budget for the week. Define the number of experiments or attempts you will make, independent of outcome. Choose your accountability support. Text a peer with your commitments and your next check-in time. In the next 7 days, keep the daily trio. State shift, language upgrade, behavior rep, capture proof and integrate it. Run one negotiation or boundary act with clean language and calm tone. Enforce agreements consistently. Practice one failure drill. Simulate a tough question, a time cut, or a tech problem. Notice your composure rise with familiarity. Request feedback once with specificity. Ask for one thing that would improve your next attempt and one thing that you did well. Conduct a weekly integration ritual. Review your wins, refresh your challenge ladder, and craft one new identity statement. The point is not volume. It is rhythm, visibility, and integrity with yourself. These moves keep your engine hot and make confidence a natural byproduct of your day. Carrying confidence into new arenas. As you expand into bigger rooms and bolder projects, your system will travel with you. Continue to adapt it to the environments you enter. When stakes rise, simplify the structure. Use clear content architectures and the smallest possible set of tools. Complexity becomes a liability under pressure. Let your preparation show in your clarity. When audiences change, calibrate tone and language. The principles of strong requests, clean boundaries, and empathetic objection handling remain the same. The phrases and pacing will adjust to culture and context. Maintain respect and firmness. When responsibilities scale, invest in teaching your team the elements you have mastered. Share the confidence flywheel. Teach, catch, challenge, choose. Run group debriefs. Confidence cultures outpace hero cultures because they scale through systems rather than personality. When life throws volatility, protect recovery deliberately. Rest is not a reward for performance. It is part of performance. Use planned windows to decompress, and do not conflate worth with output. Your identity is durable. Outcomes are variable. Handling challenges and setbacks with skillful grace. There will be seasons where progress feels slower. Plateaus are not failure. They are invitations to refine. Check your friction points. Are your micro wins still small and meaningful? Has your capture and integration ritual drifted? Are you celebrating recovery? Sometimes the smallest tweaks reignite momentum. You may encounter social resistance. Confidence can challenge norms. When colleagues or friends react, move with empathy and clarity. Explain your rationale, maintain your boundaries, and stay steady. Integrity wins over time. You might face internal stories that whisper old doubts. This is normal. Do not fight them with grand declarations. Return to believable language and proof. Your brain respects evidence. It is your ally, not your enemy. You will definitely experience moments where you feel underprepared. Turn that feeling into preparation loops rather than avoidance. Practice for variety. Rehearse with different formats and settings. Build transferability so you stay effective when plans change. Above all, remember that recovery speed matters more than perfection. Dangerous confidence is visible not in the absence of stumbles, but in the grace of your return. Expanding proof beyond the first 30 days. The accelerator gave you a foundation, and it revealed the power of simple structures. Keep compounding by setting themes for each quarter that align with your goals. Choose one domain focus at a time. For example, Quarter 1 might emphasize high-stakes communication. Quarter 2 might emphasize leadership asks and negotiation. Quarter 3 might emphasize decisiveness and speed under uncertainty. Within each theme, design micro-wins and one deeper project. Track proof weekly. Integrate identity monthly. Bypass overwhelm by narrowing scope while maintaining variety in your reps. Add lightweight community to multiply consistency. Join or create a small circle where each member commits to a weekly sprint and a single learning share. Keep it simple. 15 minutes of check-in, one piece of feedback, and one celebration. In these micro-communities, you will find both accountability and belonging. Confidence grows faster in environments where courageous behavior is normalized. Use your environment as a training partner. Design cues that prompt your presence protocol. Place objects that remind you of state control, such as a small card with your breath sequence on your desk or a sticky note with a concise phrase that anchors your identity. Make your tools visible so that using them becomes natural. Finally, regularly revisit your future self script. Update it with new evidence. As your capabilities expand, your standards will rise. Let the script lead without becoming rigid. You are not chasing a fixed image. You are evolving into an operator who is calm, clear, and courageous across contexts. The call to create a life of courageous action. Confidence is not only for performance moments, presentations, or negotiations. It is a way of moving through your life. It is how you handle conflict with kindness and firmness. It is how you make clean decisions when outcomes are uncertain. It is how you expand your circle of influence without abandoning your values. Dangerous confidence honors ethics and builds trust because it rests on earned proof, not bluster. Take what you have learned and choose a meaningful arena where you will practice. Maybe it is leading a difficult conversation that improves your team culture. Maybe it is pitching a bold idea that could change your company direction. Maybe it is setting a boundary that protects your health and your focus. Regardless of the arena, your system will support you. Use your tools without apology. If you need to step away for a 2-minute state reset before a meeting, do it. If you need to rewrite your self-talk midday, do it. If you need to log a rejection, do it. The repetition is what builds reliability. Reliability is what earns respect. Respect is what expands impact. Let your behavior teach your brain who you are. The evidence you collect will make your confidence less fragile, less dependent on external validation, and more grounded in your daily actions. This is how you become the person who others look to when tension rises. This is how you become the person who moves the room, heals the friction, and makes progress feel inevitable. A final word of courage and clarity. The most powerful shift of this journey is not a single tactic or phrase. It is the recognition that you are not at the mercy of moods, pressure, or opinions. You have a system. You can choose your state, your language, and your next action. You can build proof out of small steps, and you can carry that proof into bolder arenas. When you hold that knowledge, fear transforms into a compass. Doubt becomes a teacher. Failure becomes fuel. Feedback becomes leverage. This is dangerous confidence, and it is yours. You are ready. Not because you will always feel ready, but because you will act anyway, you will learn quickly, and you will recover with grace. Step toward the challenge in front of you. Breathe. Stand tall. Speak with clarity. Ask cleanly. Hold your lines. Decide decisively. Capture your proof. Integrate your identity. Repeat. The world does not need more noise. It needs more people who move with courage, who lead with warmth and firmness, and who build momentum that lifts others. Be that person. Start today. Stay steady. Keep showing up. Finish this book, then do one small courageous thing. The next rep is where your future begins. 30-Day Confidence Accelerator Planner. 0 bonus material title and overview 30-day confidence accelerator planner, a printable and feasible worksheet that turns daily practice into visible progress. Use it to plan each day, drill core confidence reps, log proof, and sprint weekly. Includes daily checkboxes, time blocking grids, friction audits, recovery windows, and an evidence leaderboard that tracks streaks. 1 purpose and benefits. Create momentum with 4 daily drills, self-talk, presence protocol, a micro-dare, and an assertive communication rep. Build a bank of proof and identity statements that rewire self-image. Reduce friction through weekly planning and recovery windows. Track streaks to reinforce consistency and celebrate wins. 2 How to use. Print 5 daily pages and 1 weekly page for each week. Or copy the digital template into your Notes app. Schedule 10 to 20 minutes each morning to plan the day page. Reserve 10 minutes each evening to log proof. Complete 4 drills before 5 p.m. whenever possible. If missed, move them to the recovery window. Review weekly on day 7. Reset the sprint plan and update the leaderboard. 3 Main content daily page template. Date and focus word, __. Time blocks, right start and end morning, __, midday, __, evening, __. 4 drills, check when done self-talk script, 3 lines, __. Presence protocol, 2 minutes of breathing and posture reset micro-dare, 1 small courage action, __, assertive rep, clear ask or boundary, __. Identity statement, finish the sentence I am the kind of person who __. Proof log, 3 facts from today 1, __2, __3, __. Friction flags, what might get in the way: time, energy, people, places. _. Recovery window, 30-minute slot to catch up, __to __. Weekly sprint plan. Week of, __theme, __. 3 outcome targets, specific and observable: 1, __2, __3, __. Keystone micro dares, 5 options for the week: A, __B, __C, __D, __E, __. Environment and calendar setup, remove friction, prep clothes, scripts, travel kit, __. Post-mortem questions for Sunday: what worked, what blocked, what I will change, _. Friction audit prompts. Which time blocks consistently fail and why? Which people or places drain energy? What tiny change would make the next rep inevitable? Evidence leaderboard. Draw a 5x6 grid. Label days 1 to 30. Shade a box when all 4 drills are complete. Note longest streak here, __. 4 examples pre-filled day example. Focus word, direct. Time blocks, morning 7 to 9, midday 12 to 1, evening 6 to 7. Self-talk script, I prepare. I act. I close the loop. Presence protocol, 2 minutes nasal breathing, tall spine, soft gaze. Micro dare, ask for feedback from manager today. Assertive rep, decline extra meeting with a clear no and an alternative. Identity statement, I am the kind of person who makes requests without apology. Proof log, asked for feedback, said no once, held eye contact in 1 call. Friction flags, back-to-back meetings. Recovery window, 5 to 5:30. Pre-filled sprint snippet. Theme, ask more. Outcomes, 3 direct asks made, 2 boundaries set, 1 presentation delivered. Keystone micro dares, ask for timeline, propose agenda, request testimonial. 5 tips for success. Pair drills with existing habits like morning coffee and commute. Script self-talk the night before. Keep micro dares 1 minute or less to start. Use visible placement for the planner on desk or phone home screen. Celebrate streaks with a small ritual. 6 common mistakes. Overloading the day page. Keep 1 micro dare and 1 assertive rep. Vague outcomes. Make them observable. Skipping recovery windows. Protect the 30 minutes. Waiting for motivation. Start with the smallest action in the next minute. 7 next steps. Align daily drills with the core chapters on identity, self-talk, and action. Choose a weekly theme that matches the current chapter. Share proof logs with an accountability partner, then roll insights into the next 30-day cycle. High Stakes Conversation Scripts Pack. 0 High Stakes Conversation Scripts Pack. Overview: a plug-and-play set of scripts and templates for asks, negotiations, boundaries, and follow-ups. Use these to speak clearly, protect your time, and win agreement without strain. Each template includes tone notes, optional softeners, and role-specific variations for managers, peers, clients, and vendors. 1 Purpose and benefits. Builds calm certainty in high-pressure moments. Shortens preparation time and reduces overthinking. Increases clarity, which raises the chance of yes. Protects relationships while holding firm boundaries. Creates repeatable habits that compound confidence. 2 How to use. Pick a template that matches the situation. Draft your script using the blanks. Run the adaptation checklist. Rehearse once out loud. Record and listen if possible. Deliver. Then log the outcome and refine. Adaptation checklist. Does the tone fit your culture and the person? Is the ask exact, with numbers, dates, or tasks? Did you remove vague fillers and apologetic language? Do you have one clear next step and owner? Is there a respectful out or alternative path? 3 Main content. Clear ask template. Context. Brief fact set that anchors the ask. Leverage. Why now and why it matters to them. Exact ask. 1 sentence, measurable. Anticipated objections. Offer options or data. Reconfirm next step. Who does what, by when. Script context. 1 sentence fact pattern. Leverage. Impact or benefit. Exact ask. I am asking for specific resource or decision by date or metric. If. Likely concern, we can option A or option B. Next step. Can we confirm? Owner will action by date. Boundary template. Boundary. State what you will or will not do. Outcome. Link to quality, fairness, or goal. Understanding. Invite their view. Next step. Offer a workable path. Document. Confirm in writing. Script boundary. To protect goal or standard, I will limit or rule. Outcome. This keeps result. Understanding. How does that land for you? Next step. The path that works is option. Document. I will send a quick recap. Pushback response template. Acknowledge. Show you heard the request. Reality. Share constraint or principle. Reframe. Return to shared outcome. Propose. Offer 2 viable options. Close. Ask for agreement. No without burn template. Appreciate. Thank them or name the value. Decline. Clear no. Reason. Short, non-defensive. Redirect. Offer an alternative or timing. Warm close. Keep the door open. Tone notes and optional softeners. Use warm openers. Thanks for raising this. I appreciate the clarity. Use neutral verbs. I will. I can. I cannot. I need. Optional softeners. Could we? Might we? Open to. When used once, not repeatedly. Role-specific variations. Manager. Emphasize outcomes, team health, and timelines. Peer. Emphasize reciprocity and fairness. Client. Emphasize value, scope, and risk. Vendor. Emphasize contract, service levels, and timeline. For examples: clear ask, raise context. I expanded the onboarding flow and cut tickets by 18% over 3 months. Leverage. This saves 20 hours per week across support. Exact ask. I am asking to adjust my base to 85,000 effective next month. If budget timing is tight, we can split the change across 2 quarters. Next step. Can we confirm a decision by the 15th? Boundary, client scope boundary. To protect quality, the current scope covers 2 revision rounds. Outcome. This keeps us on the agreed timeline. Understanding. How does that land for you? Next step. If you want a 3rd round, we can add it for 900 or shift the final date by 1 week. I will send a recap. Pushback, vendor delay. Acknowledge. I hear the parts are delayed. Reality. Our launch date cannot slip. Reframe. We both want a clean launch. Propose. Ship partial now and remainder in 2 weeks, or upgrade to Express at your cost. Close. Which works? No without burn, peer request appreciate. Thanks for thinking of me. Decline. I cannot join that committee this quarter. Reason. I am at capacity on the audit. Redirect. Happy to review your plan for 20 minutes next Friday. Warm close. Hope that helps. 5 tips for success. Write, then cut any extra sentence that does not change the outcome. Lead with calm breath. Then speak in short sentences. 1 ask per message. Stack asks lose power. Put numbers on time, money, and scope. 6 common mistakes. Apologizing for having needs. Letting silence scare you into talking past the close. Vague asks without dates or owners. Boundaries with no path forward. Over-softening every sentence. 7 next steps. Choose one template and use it today in a low-risk setting. Build a personal script bank. Save what works. Revisit these scripts weekly to sharpen your confident voice. Presence Protocols Quick Reference. 0 Presence Protocols Quick Reference. Overview: a compact guide to body-based confidence. Use these fast routines to reset your state, optimize breath and voice, command posture, and set your environment for impact. Include step-by-step cues, timing, troubleshooting, on-camera and in-room setup, and a pre-performance checklist. 1 Purpose and benefits: these protocols give you reliable state control under pressure. They reduce anxiety through breath regulation, increase authority through posture and voice, and prevent environment-induced distractions. You will speak with clarity, occupy space with calm energy, and recover quickly after spikes of stress. The result is predictable confidence before meetings, calls, and stages. 2 How to use: select 1 state routine and 1 environment routine. Run them 2 to 4 minutes before a high-stakes moment. For longer events, repeat a micro-reset during breaks. Use the checklist to confirm readiness. Log outcomes with the worksheet to strengthen cues and track progress over time. 3 Main content: 2-minute state reset, timing 120 seconds. Name your target state: calm, clear, compelling. Box your space: feet grounded, spine tall, gaze soft, 10 seconds. Resonant inhale for 4, exhale for 6, 5 cycles, 50 seconds. Shake wrists and jaw, release micro tension, 10 seconds. Power posture hold, chin level, shoulders wide, 30 seconds. First move rehearsal, whisper your opening line, 20 seconds. Troubleshoot: if scattered mind, add 2 extra long exhales. If low energy, lengthen the shake and take 1 quicker inhale through the nose. Resonant breath ladder, timing 90 to 150 seconds. Hand on lower ribs. In for 4, out for 6, 3 cycles. In for 5, out for 7, 3 cycles. In for 6, out for 8, 3 cycles. Return to in for 5, out for 7, 2 cycles. Troubleshoot: if lightheaded, shorten counts by 1. If yawning, you are relaxed, continue. Power posture sequence, timing 60 to 90 seconds. Feet hip width, knees soft, weight centered. Pelvis neutral, ribs stacked, chin level. Shoulders down and back, chest open, crown of head up. Hands still at sides or a light steeple. Relax jaw and tongue. Micro smile with eyes. Breathe low and slow. Troubleshoot: if tension rises, back off intensity by 10%. Vocal warm-up trio, timing 2 minutes. Hum glide from low to high to low, 30 seconds. Lip buzz or tongue trill on light scales, 45 seconds. Over-articulate numbers 1 to 10 in consonant pairs, 45 seconds. Troubleshoot: if no buzz, reduce air and relax cheeks. On-camera setup guidelines. Lighting: face a window or use a key light at eye level. Avoid top light shadows. Framing: top of head near frame top, shoulders visible. Eye line: look into the lens, not the screen. Move notes near the lens. Camera height: lens at eye level. Background clean with depth. In-room presence boosters. Entry cue: inhale at the door, exhale as you step in. Anchor stance: plant both feet before speaking. Stillness: remove fidgets, pause 2 seconds before first words. Connect: 3 slow eye contacts around the room. Pre-performance checklist: tick all. State chosen and reset complete. Breath and voice warmed. First line and first move set. Environment optimized. Tech checked and backup ready. Water nearby and posture cue set. Template, 1-page presence plan. Context and audience. Desired outcome and 1 metric. Protocols selected, state and environment. Opening line and first move. Anchor word or image. Risk and reset plan. Setup notes, room or camera. Worksheet, after action reflection, 3 minutes. What worked and evidence. What wobbled and fix next time. Confidence rating, 1 to 10, and new cue. For examples: board briefing, a manager ran the breath ladder, then power posture. She opened with a clear first line. Result, fewer fillers, steady pacing, approval 1. Investor video, a founder fixed lighting and eye line, then used the vocal trio. Result, brighter tone, shorter takes, higher watch time. 5 tips for success. Pair 1 breath tool with 1 posture tool. Practice daily in low-stakes windows. Set visual cues, a dot near the lens, a coin on the floor. Favor fewer words and longer pauses. 6 common mistakes. Rushing without timing. Overbreathing and dizziness. Excess movement and fidgets. Ignoring environment glare or noise. Skipping an opening line rehearsal. 7 next steps. Embed these protocols into your identity, language, and exposure plans from the main chapters. Schedule 3 daily micro reps, morning, midday, evening. Review your worksheet weekly and upgrade 1 cue at a time. Micro dares and social experiments library. 0 bonus material title and overview. Micro dares and social experiments library, a level-based catalog of quick, ethical challenges that train real-world confidence through action. Organized by context, each dare includes success criteria, suggested phrasing, and escalation options. Includes an ethics checklist, points and rewards, a weekly schedule, a neutral logging sheet, recovery drills for awkwardness or rejection, and a progress map from beginner to advanced. 1 purpose and benefits. Build action bias and reduce fear through safe, repeatable experiments. Expand social range, improve communication, and normalize healthy risk. Track growth objectively with points and clear success criteria. Recover faster from awkwardness and rejection, and keep momentum. 2 how to use. Pick your context, then choose 1 beginner dare first. Review the ethics checklist, then set success criteria and points. Use the suggested phrasing, hit start, and log your outcome. If easy twice in a row, escalate 1 level or add an escalation option. Schedule 3 to 5 dares per week using the template. Redeem rewards when you hit point milestones. 3 main content ethics checklist, check all before any dare, voluntary participation for the other person. No harm, no pressure, an easy opt-out phrase. Respect privacy, no recording without consent. Appropriate for location and role. You can own the interaction with honesty if asked. Micro dares by context, success criteria, phrasing, escalation, office. Beginner, ask a colleague for quick feedback on a draft. Success, you ask clearly, accept 1 suggestion, and say thank you. Phrasing, I value your eye on this. Could you share 1 suggestion in under 2 minutes? Escalation, ask for a specific improvement and commit to apply it. Intermediate, share a concise win in a team channel. Success, 1 measurable result posted with context and credit to others. Phrasing, quick win, saved 2 hours by using the template Sam shared. Result, shipped 1 day early. Escalation, ask, what is 1 way we can repeat this next sprint? Advanced, propose a small experiment at the next meeting. Success, you state a hypothesis, time box, and ask for a yes or no. Phrasing, I propose a 2-week test. Hypothesis, X improves Y time, 2 hours. Can we try it? Escalation, volunteer to own the first step. Remote. Beginner, turn camera on and ask 1 genuine check-in question. Success, 1 question asked, 1 answer listened to without interrupting. Phrasing, what is 1 highlight from your week so far? Escalation, reflect back what you heard in 1 sentence. Intermediate, cold message appear to pair for 15 minutes. Success, send 1 clear invite, schedule, or get a no, log it. Phrasing, I admire your approach to Z, open to a 15-minute pair session this week. Escalation, offer a specific time slot. Networking. Beginner, give one sincere compliment with a follow-up question. Success, one compliment plus one open question, then exit gracefully. Phrasing, I enjoyed your point about A. What prompted that insight? Escalation, exchange contact details with a clear reason to follow up. Advanced, ask for a micro-introduction. Success, you request a specific intro and supply a 2-line blurb. Phrasing, would you be comfortable introducing me to Taylor? Here is a 2-line blurb you can paste. Escalation, offer a value add for the other person. Personal. Intermediate, negotiate a small preference kindly. Success, state preference, suggest options, reach a decision. Phrasing, I prefer B tonight. Option 1, B now. Option 2, B this weekend, C tonight. Thoughts. Escalation, add a backup plan and accept a compromise. Points and rewards. Points, beginner 1, intermediate 3, advanced 5, escalation add 1. Weekly goal, 10 to 20 points. Rewards, choose 1, solo coffee, new book, 1 hour passion time, playlist purchase. Weekly schedule template Monday dare, Tuesday dare, Wed dare, Thursday dare, Friday dare, weekend flex dare, target points this week, reward if achieved. Neutral logging sheet date, context, level, dare, phrasing used, outcome, insight, next step. Example entry prompt, today I attempted, I noticed, next time I will. Recovery drills. 3 breath reset, inhale 4, hold 2, exhale 6, 3 times. Neutral acknowledgement, that felt awkward. Thanks for your time. Reframe, I practiced the skill, not the outcome. Debrief, 1 win, 1 tweak, 1 next action. Progress map. Move to intermediate after 5 beginner wins and at least 2 escalations. Move to advanced after 3 intermediate wins, 1 leadership ask, and 1 recovery handled well. For examples. Julia used the office beginner dare daily. After 2 weeks and 18 points, she proposed a time-boxed experiment that saved a day of work. Malik used the networking beginner dare at a meetup. 2 sincere compliments led to 1 new client call the next week. 5 tips for her success. Script first sentence, then improvise. Track streaks, not perfection. Pair with a friend for accountability. Celebrate behavior, not results. 6 common mistakes. Skipping ethics. Over-explaining. Keep it brief. Doing only what feels easy forever. 7 next steps. Integrate these dares with the core confidence loops in the main ebook. Choose 1 loop, schedule 3 aligned dares this week, then review results during your weekly reflection.